To the mothers who rise with the sun each day, with hearts full of love, come what may. Through sleepless nights and moments so long, you carry the world steady and strong. To the hands that soothe, to the voices that care, to the endless patience only mothers can bear. In the quiet of chaos you stand so tall, a guiding light, the heart of it all. Through every challenge, you lead with grace, finding joy in every embrace. With wisdom deep and love so wide, you nurture, protect, and stand by our side. This summit's for you, to honour your way, to celebrate your strength every single day. For in your courage, we all find our part. A mother's love, the world's beating heart. So thank you for all that you give and you do, for the beauty of life that flows through you. In every story, in every tear, know that your presence is always cherished here.
Hi, I'm Shikha Khanna from India. I'm a portrait photographer and I'm so happy the summit is happening, and here is a little thing that I can contribute. My work around self-portraits with mothers, and a book that is called 100 Self-Portrait, 100 Dreams of Mothers Who Dare to Express is a book that I created where I interviewed 100 inspiring mothers' stories across the world in 100 days in 2022 and brought them to India. 40 of them came to India to just tell their stories. And we celebrated for 3 days and gave each other the support they needed to tell their stories their way, not the way the world wants to hear. And hence I'm here with a little message that in my understanding, the biggest hindrance that comes to a mother is her self-image issue. To be able to resolve that, to be able to find the support, to be able to stand up and be in her authentic self and hence raise children is one of the biggest journeys a mother can take. And I do that through self-portraits because the visual completion that I find when I see myself and my people who I work with in self-portrait just gives a little power to us to show up fully, authentically, just the way we are, whichever stage we are in, and accept ourselves fully. So I think the biggest resolving I've done in order to contribute in my children's life is to resolve my own negative chatter around who I am, how I look, and bring myself out from this place of loss to a place of empowerment for myself. And through that, my children see that I do that for others as well now, and hence that gives them more power to see a mother coming back, dreaming, creating her dreams, rising, falling, taking the journey, and that gives them a great confidence in order to move forward. So as a mother, the biggest resolving that I've done is to contribute to my children's life by contributing to my self-image issues, my negative chatter, and rising in my own light. Thank you.
A powerful journey that transforms every part of life. To me, it means a love deeper than I ever imagined. Growing stronger each day, finding strength I didn't know I had, facing challenges heads on. Constant growth and learning, adapting as my child changes. Moments of intense joy mixed with times of worry and doubt. Nurturing potential and supporting dreams even when it's hard. becoming a better person, more patience, more understanding, a lifelong commitment to shaping another person's world, balancing the desire to protect with the need to let go, discovering new parts of myself through this unique bond, an adventure that tested me, inspired me, and fills me with purpose. Motherhood isn't always easy, but it's the most rewarding role I ever had. It pushed me to be my best self and show me the true meaning of unconditional love.
My name is Sakala. My mom is still alive, and I am a mother of 2 girls, 21 and 16. Growing up, I just simply thought that being a mother meant you have to provide. There are no alternatives. But since becoming a mother myself, I have learned that there is immense joy in giving to those you love, which in my case are my daughters. I also have had the privilege of living life again through their eyes and seeing and appreciating what my mother has always done for me, which is the providence part, not only of material things, but of love. Today I am in my mother's home where I'm always welcome, whilst I've got my daughter's hoodie on. So being a mother has opened my eyes to so much more love, so much more giving, and being part of a network of other women who have gone through the same journey has been such a blessing in sharing and caring for each other and supporting each other. This is the role of a mother: caring, sharing, and support in whatever community you come from. Thank you, ladies. See you at the summit.
Beautiful people, my name is Marie Ferguson and I'm one of the co-founders here at Awæcnian Academy. I'm a feminine embodiment leader, a global platform speaker, an international author, and I have a master's in education specializing in the arts. I'm really passionate about sharing our voices, sharing our vision, and particularly as a mum, I've got a beautiful 8-year-old daughter, and sharing the insights that I've learned along the way. And motherhood is no easy feat. It cracks your heart open and it totally shifts you into a place of understanding what unconditional love truly feels like. And this piece around motherhood and identity, I feel, is something that I've really shifted and dived deep into head first in my own motherhood journey. And what does it mean to be a mum? For me, it means selflessness. It also means honouring the mistakes, even in the way that we speak, and even the trials and errors that we just get to embody in figuring it out with either your partner or by yourself or with your family members, and just being in the thick of it. And so being a mum is so much more, but we are not just a mum. And so for me, this motherhood journey has also been one of refinding myself again as Marie, as my own essence, and being and trusting that this cracking open of what it is to be a mum and what it is to be more than that, and to remember who I am, was initiated in motherhood, initiated in this deeper love and learning to love myself again wholly and wholly, and just really allowing that piece to be shared with other women, and the power of our stories in this motherhood journey, but really coming back to the essence of who we are.
This is Taji, and I'm here to tell you what I've learned from being a bonus mom. You know, sometimes it wasn't, I became a bonus mom overnight, so it certainly was not an easy situation. We had our ups and downs, we had our struggles, we had some fun times, we had wonderful times, and yet, I stood strong, wanting to be there for my bonus children because their mother was not with us, the biological mother was not with us. But, I have to say that love prevails, because 6 months ago, my bonus daughter came to me and stayed with me, and we had wonderful talks, and we reconciled, and I know from now on that everything's going to be fine. I've always had a great relationship with my bonus son. So remember, love prevails. Always love is the strongest.
Amazing to be a part of the summit which Marie introduced me to. Waiting to learn so much from everyone out there. Every story, I'm sure, has something to learn from. Looking forward to meeting every single woman out there who has been so inspiring and doing such amazing work. Thank you once again.
Hello, beautiful people. I am so excited to be part of the beautiful Mum Summit, the Mothers United moment with Shika Khanna and my beautiful business partner, Marie Ferguson. What is it to be a mum? For me, it is more than just an identity. It is an embodiment. It is a caring, nurturing nature that is there in celebration of others. So I cannot wait to be a part of this summit, to be presenting on reclaiming your identity on the second day. Have a fabulous time, people. Enjoy watching this summit. Motherhood is so much more, and this is how we get to see it and view it. I love you all and enjoy.
Hi.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, you know what? We're just going to cut straight to the point and jump into day 3. It's 4:30 a.m. for beautiful Shika in India, and this is her dedication to supporting all of these beautiful mothers and the stories and the power of storytelling. The last 2 days have just been phenomenal, and I always get inspired just by hearing the passion, the emotion, just the depth of these women, and it just like sits in my heart so beautifully. Shika, what have you been enjoying about the summit so far?
Oh, everything. That's why I didn't want to miss it. Even if it was 4:30 a.m. all 3 days, I've woken up, no recordings, because I just know that first it will shift me a bit in many ways. Even if I've heard these women before and I know their stories, and from there, it'll shift many. So it's a very important moment right now, and that's why it's called Mothers United Movement and not a movement, because every time it comes up, that moment is bringing some fresh things to think about, things to learn from, and it's been fantastic having each panel conversations, listening to speakers, and of course, both of you were amazing as well.
Thank you. And Fleety, what's touched your heart over many hearts, or your heart over the last 2 days? The words are like blah, blah, blah right now. You're a whole heart yourself.
It's exactly that, the heart that everybody has shared. Like no one has withheld their truth. Like it's sharing that honesty, and it is in that honesty that we do get to grow, like Shika said, and that we get to find ourselves and know that we're not alone. I've really loved like just that understanding of like when you hear somebody's story, it's like, I know that feeling. My story is different, but I know that feeling, and I know how I worked through it, and seeing those connections to, oh, you worked through it the same way. Wow, there's actually a strategy there. There's actually something to reclaiming your identity, coming back to your heart by grounding into nature. Like all of this has potency, and it's only through stories that this information is shared, because it's not out there as general education. These stories they're not available unless we share, and the world has tried really hard, really quite extensively to separate us as women, as mothers, and to keep us in this little bubble of protect yourself, protect your kids, don't believe, don't celebrate, don't share. But really, that has always been the power for us as women, as mothers. is to join together, to share our stories, to say, actually, I can help you, not by doing for you, but just being with you. And that's what we need. We need more of that as women. Even men need more of this too.
Yeah, totally. And it's these unique gifts, this light within us that we get to then celebrate, not only for ourselves, but in community and for the world. And this is part of the heart of what we do here at Awæcnian Academy is just we wanted to voice the things that were on our hearts, and we created this platform together. And then we've got over already in the year and a bit that we've been running, over 150 speakers, presenters, amazing humans that have connected with us, that have shared their stories with Awæcnian. And Awæcnian, for those that are listening in, means to awaken and come back into oneness. And this piece of embracing each other's unique gifts is what we're going to be talking about with our next beautiful guest, Frances Rudd. And this topic of embracing your unique gifts, the power of knowing yourself and celebrating individuality. Because when we celebrate the individual each other's, then we can celebrate each other in community. And this piece about, we've been talking about these themes of coming within, going and starting with here first, because the ripple effects gets to then influence our families, our children, the people we serve. And it's so, so beautiful to have Frances join us. And while she's joining us, I'll bring up her beautiful bio. So Frances has been dedicated to working with infants and toddlers for over 30 years. And although she has pursued various callings, writing books for toddlers, preschoolers, and their caregivers is her true passion. As a single adoptive mother of a child with special needs, Frances draws inspiration from her experiences with families, daycare teachers, preschool educators, and as a mother. The idea of her book emerged from her observations and interactions over the years, working with children and their caregivers. Many believe they must read the text as it is, which can be challenging for the little ones who struggle to sit still. Frances's book invites caregivers to use their imagination with modeling this skill for toddlers and preschoolers. It's also perfect for children who focus more on words than pictures, allowing the words to come later while prioritizing social interaction and building essential social emotional skills through storytelling. This is a powerful topic, and we bridged on this yesterday in our last panel with the power of reading and storytelling and the genius zones of the kids, and our little people are the best teachers. Welcome, Frances. How are you?
I am doing well. How are you guys doing?
So good. We're so excited to have you here.
Thank you.
And
I'm
so
excited to be
Frances, beautiful. And so Frances, with this beautiful piece, I suppose, around storytelling and working with young people, I suppose, what is it that you've noticed in your time in the spanning of 30 years, the disconnect, I suppose, that has allowed you to connect the dots in your world? Wow,
I am a mother. Yes, baby.
it's all about it.
You can get your night clothes, okay?
Okay.
All right. Bye. I'm sorry. So what over the years in working in early intervention and working with families, I found that when they say that there's not a book, they don't give you a book when it comes to parenting. Well, the same thing comes true with children. But children don't come with a book that they can, they know and what to do and things like that. So I really wanted to figure out a way to help, because a lot of times now when I see families and children when I work with them and stuff, is that everyone is, rightly so trying to work to provide for their family, but we still need to look at that social piece of what children need. And, we tell the children, don't do that, better and stuff, but how do they know better? We have to model for them, we have to show. And so, yeah. So that's where I came up with the thought. And not only that, it was the struggle I had in trying to find what worked best for me. when I started out, I became a parent late. I am now 54, soon to be 55, and I didn't become a mom until I was 45. I met my son, who you've met, Jaden. I worked in early intervention, and he was actually one of the children I worked with. Um, but I wasn't planning on adopting, but it worked out that I did adopt. But when I first started and was looking for what I could do to help families, I thought, well, I could, help families with their educational process and with their the papers and things like that. But once I became a parent, I realized that time is something I don't have a lot of. So I had to be cautious of what I could do for other people and still provide for my family. So that was a struggle. And then after going into the world of coaching and having coaches and things like that, and meeting people, I really got off track with kind of like trying to do like what others do and not really focusing in on my uniqueness. I was like, well, this person did this, maybe I could do that. Or this person did this, maybe I could do that. But again, everybody's different. And there are people that have more children than I do. Some people don't have children. Some people have more supports. And I just realized that I was overwhelming myself by trying to do what others were doing and not being my unique self. So that was something that I struggled with. And I was telling Felicia that one of the things I struggled with too was trying to do everything. Even when people didn't ask me, I was still trying to do it. And that is tiring. So my first tattoo, I think at 50, my only tattoo I have on my arm that only I can see really is, can I do that? It says, I am enough. And I sometimes have to look at that and realize I am enough. I don't need to do more than what I'm already doing. Because a lot of times I take on assignments that no one wrote for me or asked me to do. And it takes away from not only myself, but my son and my family. So that was something that I had to really struggle with too. And even though I was aware of it, it's been as of late that I've been able to actually put it into practice and say, hey, I can't do this. And I don't need to do this. Someone else can do this. So, yeah. So that's been something that I really struggled with, but I'm becoming a part of. I'm owning it. I'm owning that I am unique and I have different ways of doing things. And one of the things that makes me unique is that I have ADHD and I don't, I can't hide it because everybody who knows me knows that I do. So, but it also helps me to be more creative. I work sometimes when I see something, I'm like, okay, it can go this way. So that's what helped me to know that the book concept was good because when I started the wordless books, I realized I see things and I don't need the words. I come up with a picture, a story, and I just put those pictures there. And it's like, I don't want it to be confining in that you think that you have to tell it the way I do. I want it to be, you have the pictures. If you've got time, you can spend a minute on a page. If you've got a child that's ready to go to bed or doing this, that, and the other, or you have something to do, you spend a couple of seconds on the page, but you're telling the story and you're able to do that and be a part of your child's life. And you're bonding with them. A lot of times when I've seen people read books to children, they're more concerned because that's what society tells us. The words are there. Read those words, get those words in. Even if your child is screaming and having a fit, I'm like, you can skip a page, but they feel like their child is missing something. And no, but you need to adjust. And I feel like the books give parents permission to adjust accordingly to what they need. So yeah. So I hope that helped a little.
I'll get in. Go ahead.
And
I'm sneezing, Francis. So you'll have to bear with my sneezing.
That's
And
okay.
it's 4:30, so I'm just trying to still get there. This third day of being 4:30 a.m. in the morning, getting up. But Francis, first of all, a lot of love for you that I have, and you've been in the book. You've been with me through and through last 2.5, 3 years, supporting me. You're in the self-portrait workshop, one of the first few people in the self-portrait workshop, embracing it for your authenticity. I'm enough card deck. So I know their journey has been there with Jaden, and I'm seeing Jaden grow as well last 3 years, 4 years. And because this is a story, when I brought you in the book, I found your story very unique, in the way that you think the other way. I know sometimes, but you're a very courageous woman to be able to step in your 40s, late 40s, and then work with this child who's just talking to you in your school and say, I'll take you, I'll be with you, I'm your mom, and then work through it and adopted him and then made him your life. And how both of you are just growing together, walk together, do things, struggle, everything. So let's get to that story part of you as a mom also, because many need to know this aspect of motherhood as well, rather than always we just get stuck in a particular role. Even bonus mom is a particular role still accepted very easily. But for you to have Jaden, meeting him, what was the day, how did it happen, how did you decide at 45 that even if he has a little struggle with things, he's still mine, and I'll be with him for the rest of my life? So let's hear that story, because that's inspiring.
And it's a story I love to tell. So thank you. I actually met Jaden in May of 2015. I worked in early intervention, and I went on a home visit. And I remember he didn't talk. He wasn't walking at the time, and he was sitting on the floor with the way his legs were sitting. He was just waving like this, and I was like, "Hey!" And so I became his educator, service coordinator, and I worked with him, and he received occupational therapy, and that occupational therapist is now his auntie. So yeah, and he received physical therapy as well as developmental that I offered, and then he went into the school system in a preschool program. And I found out that the foster family that was going to adopt him changed their mind. I'm not sure why. And I remember I walked from, it couldn't have been more than 5 feet when my then supervisor told me. I walked over to the phone. I called the social services department and I told them that I was interested in adopting. Um, because of the time of the year and stuff, they told me to wait till January. And when I tell people I was happily single, I was happily single. I had planned for my 45th birthday. I was going to Paris, and I went to Paris. So it was, and then I was going to go to Ireland and Scotland after that. In the years to come, haven't made it there. Made it to Disney World, but that's as far as I've made it. But so yeah, so I started the process in January of 2016. But I have to say that it was because of the strong support system that I had that I was able to make it through, because Jaden had a lot of medical issues. He had a feeding tube, he had some heart issues. And I remember one day getting a phone call from his pediatrician, the nurse at his pediatrician's office. And I pulled over on the side of the road, and she told me all the doctor's appointments that he'd missed and the ones I had to make up. And I started crying. I started crying because I didn't know how, as a single mom, a new single mom, how I would do all that. And I called some of my friends, and they were like, "We got you. If we need to go with you, we go with you." And that's what happened. And I have to say, not only that, I told my dad that I wanted to adopt, and my dad was like, "Hmm." And he was like, "If that's what you feel like you want to do, then I'm here to support you. I told my brother was like, adopt what? I was like, a little boy. He was like, okay. So again, he was like, I'm here to support you. And my sister's been here to support me, my cousin, everybody, my friends. It has been one of those things that I always talk about, the circle of friends and the first circle of support, but remembering that you are the center of that circle. And it might be about Jaden, but I'm still the center of that circle. So some people I've had as friends, you know, they may still be my friend, but they're not a part of that circle because I need someone that sees me as a parent and yes, as an individual, but I can't do some of the things I used to do because I have a child, you know? And then there's sometimes that there may be things I want to do. And I've got people that offer to watch him for me so that I can do those things, you know? It's so that's important to me too. But as with Jaden, he just that's how it started, and it's been a journey. I did say that if I did adopt, I wanted to adopt older children. I didn't want to do the potty training. I didn't want to do the diaper changing and stuff like that. So Jaden came with diaper changes and potty, and I will say this: I had been in therapy before, but I went back to therapy because potty training is not for the weak. Not at all. It needs consistency. It needs encouragement. It needs a lot of things that as a new mom, I could tell other parents, be on a schedule, do this, that, and that. But when you have to do it, it's a whole new world. And I won't sing that, but it's a whole new world. So yeah, and I think that's part of the knowing yourself and your uniqueness. I wasn't ashamed of the fact that I had to go back to therapy or to go to therapy. I knew for the best me and for the best Jaden, that's what I needed. I didn't want to I wanted to break some of those childhood traumas and childhood situations, and the only way I could do that was to talk it out and make sure that I was being the best that Francis could be and not pulling in past traumas and past situations that I didn't want him to experience. So yeah. So after, but so so we went. He received the therapies he needed, and they told me he wouldn't talk, and I think you guys heard him. So he and my dad told me one day that I would be like, Lord, thank you for that. But and some days I'm like, I hear Mama so many times, and he wants to tell me stories, and I listen because I remember when he used to come from school, and I'd ask him what was going on at school. He would be like, he wouldn't say anything. Or then when he was like, I don't know. Now, when he went to a dance, went to his first dance on Friday, he told me who he danced with. He told me how he danced, and I was just like, yes, yes. So it has been a journey, but it hasn't been a hard journey because I haven't done it by myself. Um, so that's been very important to me, and it has been great too because it's allowed me to meet other people that have had the same, they've had similar journeys in that they've adopted. And I've actually come across a lot of people that I was friends with before, and now they've adopted. I have one friend that I was visiting her, and she was telling me that they were looking, her and her husband were looking to adopt. And she said that, but her son's name was Jaden, and this child's name was Jaden. And she wanted to, but then they didn't want to change that. I said, let me see a picture. And she showed me a picture of my child. I said, no, I'm adopting him. So she ended up adopting a little girl. So yeah, I was like, he's mine. So, but yeah, it's just, small world kind of thing. But yeah, so it's been a journey, and I've had to also, like as a service coordinator and as when I work with other families, I'm very, you have to do this for your child. They can't do that and things like that. But when it came to my child, I was worried that I would be too much of a mama bear. And then that's something I had to get over too, because that's my child. And if I don't do it, I can't expect for other people. So some things that I make sure that I do is I go to at least one field trip. I want people to know that's my child. And I want them to know that I'm involved. I can't be as involved as maybe some other people or some other parents, but I want them to know that if they have a question or if there's a need, I'm there. So, and I also am lucky too that if I can't be, I've got people that'll say, well, if let me know if I'm available, I can go. So that's been a blessing as well. So yeah.
And I remember sitting one day, Francis, and you were crying about the fact that he had the first sleepover. He was 8. And then you're like, what? He's just grown up to go for a sleepover, and I can't get over it that he's grown up enough. And she was all sad sitting there, and we were just saying, it's okay. He has to grow up. He's going for a sleepover. Like, he'll be fine. And not only that, with the story of you, becoming his mom and bringing the whole family for him, and the family support coming, how some children just bring what we were talking to Efrath yesterday, Marie and Flea, that all this, the contracts and the stuff we do with the soul, and the soul has already chosen not only Francis but the whole family, even if he went through whatever in the initial 2 years, 2.5, 3 years, but right there he had an aunt, a grandfather, uncle, everybody, friends, and he's come a long way, and just love this, because, and that's why I said, when Francis was confused, she's coming this time, next time, I was like, no, Francis' story needs to come in Mother's United Moment story, because the shade of the mother that Francis brings, many people need to hear, because that shade is, even if she can say, I've met many people who do this, it's a rare shade. And Francis, we really love you for what you do. And I think I can talk to you forever. So let me just pass it to Flea and ask another kind of a question. Maybe she has another kind of a question, because they're teachers, and they will have a totally different view and things to talk to you about.
Thanks, Shika. That comment, what an exciting way to enter motherhood. I've often thought about that. Like, um, when I was 30, I had fully planned in myself that I had wanted another child. I'd had the two girls already. And lo and behold, my husband didn't want one. So he decided to take matters into his own hand and took away that option for me. And as I got older, I was like, I really still really wanted it. It was like that there was something in me that was like, oh, maybe there's another way. And your story, like being able to go, okay, maybe that's an option, like to adopt and to give another child a life without having to go through and carry it and the health and all of that sort of stuff. But it's a really powerful way to enter motherhood and to gift that acceptance and that love. Like for a child, I know, like many times I was like, I wish I could just find someone that wanted to adopt me. I had my mother, but someone that I felt could mother me and that was attuned to my needs and what I needed as a child. So it's beautiful that you recognize that and you were able to do that. I'm very curious about the book and how you got started on that. I've also had lots of people like, you're writing a book, and I'm like, but where to start? Where to start on that journey? So I'd love for you to share more of that.
Well, with the book, I struggled because I have a great imagination, and I've got like 20 books over to the side where I've started them, I've stopped them. I can pick up one of my little notebooks and I can show you a book that I've started. But I realized that wanted to bring all of I wanted to bring a lot of things together. And I also thought about Jaden too. Jaden has a hard time with reading, but I feel like the when he was younger, if I hadn't have focused as much on the words, maybe he would have liked interacting with books more. So what I came up with was that, again, and seeing in daycares and other situations where people were reading the words and the children were struggling to sit there. And then I've had some situations where parents aren't comfortable with their reading level, so they feel like, oh, well, I may get a word wrong, and I'm like, it's okay. And then I have some situations where children, um, depending on their diagnosis, focus only on the words. They can read, but when it comes to being social, they're not able to do that. So I came up with the concept of just, and I'm sure that's out there, but of no words. So I came. The first one I did was it's just the itsy bitsy spider, but I call it the Adventures of. And so you can talk about the rain, you can talk about the sun. I thought about the peekaboo with the sun. And I've got a friend that's she homeschools her children, so she uses this book for the weather. You know, not trying to make anybody dizzy. So she uses this book for the weather. And in the back of the book, I've made it educational in that it's, you can talk about the big spider, the little spider. You can cap the sun, the suns. You can and then you can I even put in there about the colors, what comes with the rain, but a rainbow, and about umbrella, and you can talk about that. And then I put this page over here because you can talk about the mud and the water puddles and the clouds. So it's about, so I may tell it different from another parent. And I also thought about it too. If you have a different language or a different culture, or, you can tell that story any way you want to. So that's what was exciting for me. And I've also done another one with the Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. And again, it's about you telling the story, how you want to tell it. Because I also did but in thinking about it too, a lot of times what we want to do too is have kids to point and to isolate their finger so that when they do get ready to read, they've got that point, they've got that isolation. So I have a page in here where you can you point, it's a S for star and an M for moon, and you can point to it. So that helps too. And it also slows a child down. Kids move, they move quickly. So sometimes it's like, okay, well, let's count this. Depending on the age of the child, you can actually get them to count it, or you can just say, let's find the star. I see a star, there's a star. So that's what I wanted, was that interaction, because a lot of times when people are reading books, they're reading and the child is sitting there watching them read. This gives you the chance to interact with your child, tell that story, and get them to be a part of that. Do you see the moon, you see the stars? You can do that by just telling the story. And you may tell it differently than I do, but you're still doing that social interaction and that turn taking, and you're spending time with your child. Because a lot of times there's nothing worse than being at a daycare or in a setting where people are reading the book and the children are, because I have a hard time sitting still. So I'm like, if I'm done with it, they were done with it a long time ago. So I'm like, it's okay. If you go over it quickly, you say, oh, you see the star, you see the moon, and then go to the next page. Or you can say, oh, that star is below the moon. Do you see that? Oh, I see that star, and doing it that way. So you can add to it or you can take away from it, but it's at your pace and what that child needs to. So
I love that. And this piece around like different ways of learning is so, so powerful, because there are so many, and in the educational term, we call them literacies. I work with the body a lot, and we forget that our body is a way, it's a language as well. But the visual literacy is so powerful, for young people, little ones. And like my degree was in high school education, but working in a P to 12 school, I got to experience the young ones. And during relief teaching now, I find that I was yearning to go back to the little ones to understand how they thought. And teaching prep in a lot of the relief classes that I would go into, it's like, yeah, that engagement. And even when I would see people telling stories, I'm like, where's your tone? Where's your excitement? Where's the pause? And allowing the questioning to come through, because you can see them if you are engaging them energetically. It's like you've got to be turned on. And and I suppose this is the performer in me, where it's like their energy levels are so boom 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 boom, and if you can't engage 35 6-year-olds, then you're a goner. And in the story time. It's just allowing that energy, and it's tiring. I have so much respect for people that teach early years and little tiny people, because the energy levels, the calm, the patience, the curiosity, it's a whole other way. And I know a lot of early years teach, like, I don't know how you teach teenagers, but it's like, again, a different kettle of fish. But I found, even like, my daughter's 8 now, and only in the last couple months with her reading, she is only just picked up her first novel that she is really into. And I was like, oh, she's not really reading. I wasn't trying to push it, but she had a whole heap of different books and picture books and things. But then sometimes they might have influences from their friends as they grow, and I know she's into cats, and because it was her friend that found this book, and now she's like, I love this book, and she wants the whole series. And I feel like that questioning, allowing your child to go with the flow and tap into, I suppose, their interest, their curiosity is really important. And so I sit with her while she reads. I'm like, do you want to read to me? And sometimes she will, and sometimes I will. But other times she's like, no, I just want to read in my head, and you just sit there and just be present. And then I'll ask her what happened in that bit, and she'll recap and she'll tell me. But I think it's that presence and asking really interesting questions, like even with the book, going, well, where is this positioned? And getting them to start to think cognitively, no matter what age, obviously age appropriate, but there is so much power in picture books. And even in high school, I use a lot of visual literacy, and there are beautiful, complex, gorgeous visual books that don't have words, that show really complex issues. And even for teenagers, if you ask the right questions, they start to go deeper, and they start to question society, or where they see this in their world or the world around them. So it's perfect that we're talking about this for a younger age group, but there is a yearning for our teenagers who are so cognitively switched on, that they can go deeper into the imagery, into the questioning. And I think Michelle was talking about curiosity yesterday, and really allowing that curiosity to develop in the individual. So I'd love, for that to just kind of open up, and the power of curiosity and individuality.
And that's one of the things I said about the book too. I was when me and another friend were talking about it, is that you can show this book to an older child and then get them to write what they feel the story is, So it's not, just because it doesn't have words does not mean that it's for a different one set of kids, You can because it gives them that opportunity to write what they see, and not what, like you said, not necessarily what they're being told. Because no matter who tells you the book, who reads it to you or tells you that story, I love the fact that it's storytelling, because a lot of people are afraid of getting stuff wrong. But if you're your storyteller, I mean, I gave you the title, but you make it whatever you want it to be, You can name the spider, you can name this, you can do whatever you want. And it's just exciting to me. And what I love about it too is that I'm able to do it, help other people, but also have time for my child. Now, it does take a lot of time to put them together, because I have a thought in my mind and I want it to look that way. So, and I've got another one coming out, Bubbles and Butterflies. So that's in the edit part. So, excuse me.
So,
This is
Francis,
so perfect.
yeah, go ahead, Flea.
I kind of lost my thought process then. It's gone. You go, Shika. I've lost it.
No, I just Frances has been hiding for some time, and I know what she's doing now with these just amazing concepts. So it's glad to know when Frances hides for a few months and a year, and she's not talking to you, she'll come up with something. So amazing. I think is it their sister Vicky joining in? Is Vicky your sister? No. your friend. Somebody's
Oh, no,
joined in.
he is.
Yeah, that's Aunt Vicky. That's his. She actually knew Jaden before I did, and
Yeah. So
so
Vicky's
she,
here
yeah,
joining us. So even amazing. Thank you, Vicky, for joining in and listening in and commenting and enthusiastically supporting this conversation. And good to know you're also part of Jaden's life. And I'm just in I'm just in awe of all the stories when they keep coming back with the inspiration for the world. When we think things are, we had this big discussion about where the AI is going, and we were just all getting very intense about it. But at the same time, these little stories that come up, and these little stories that we get to hear, and people like Flea and Marie also open up their platforms to talk about, is where you get the glimpse of life. You get glimpse of heart. You, between all the political talks and war and everything and AI, this is what it why matters to talk about stories. Because Francis, every time I hear you, your vision for the children, for what you can create and how they can thrive, and accepting who you are totally in your authenticity, and coming up with saying, I have a problem, I can't do this, but I still want to do this, and then laugh and smile about it. So that itself, I just really want to appreciate it. And thank you for wanting to tell your story, and then think for children, and being so passionate about focusing on what you can bring rather than focusing on what will happen. So let's just get to this question, and then Flea can take over. Is you working, and all three of your teachers, and all three of you can put in your with when you're working with curiosity of children, and it at the verge of being hijacked by AI or other things that are happening. And how do you direct these kids on daily basis as teachers, so that they can get away a little from the distraction, at least at a young age, and then focus on what really matters for their development. So it's just a general question for all three of you, because you're teachers. And yeah, Francis, I love your smile, so thank you for smiling, though I have cold today, so I'm going to put on mute.
I, yeah, I'm gonna go if you guys don't mind. The first thing we have to do as parents and caregivers is be present. We expect a lot from children, but we also have to give a lot. So we have to be present when we're interacting with children. And we also have to not only be physically present, but you have to be aware. I have kids in my classroom that are nonverbal, but I can tell what's about to happen by that facial expression. So it's like, but I have to be aware of that. So, and that's just like with Jaden. Some things Jaden does, I don't I don't know what the catalyst is for it, but there's some things that I do know. If he's doing his hands like this, or he's talking to his hand, oh, he about to tell me something, and whether he had a good day or not so good day. But but you have to be aware, and I think we are, as a society now, we want to make things easy because we love our kids. We want to make it easy for them, but we have to add structure and boundaries and expectations in order to help them grow. um I've got it's just, if I didn't have expectations for Jaden and he didn't know about them, I know he'd be a different child, because Jaden knows that if he does something well, he will get something, and it's not a elaborate toy or anything like that. We used to spend our time in the Dollar Tree. Um, so, or he wanted to watch a movie with me, so that's what we did. And if he does something that is not, and he knows the rules, he knows. So he has a tablet, and I thought before I had kids, I thought, oh, my child will never have a tablet, never. And now I'm like, life happens, and I've got to get stuff done, so that's okay. But at the same time, there's limits to it, and he knows that if he does something, that tablet gets taken away, and he knows 3 days for certain things, and then and stuff like that. Or he doesn't go see his grandparents, which really upsets him, and it upsets me too because it's my time. But sometimes you have to make a sacrifice. That's another story. But yeah, so I we need boundaries, structure, and expectations, not only for our child, but for ourselves. If you don't want your child doing a certain thing, why are they doing it? Because you are letting them. And why are you letting them? I'm not saying don't, but let's be real with ourselves, and that's another thing about embracing your uniqueness. I may not do it, but you do, but you have to own up to what you're doing, and realize there are consequences to all of our actions. So if you say you can't handle that and you let your child do something, remember, you let your child do that. So don't be surprised when they do that. Um, but anyway, I could talk another 2 hours on boundary, structure, and expectations. So yeah.
I think that's such an important point. Hey, and I know Flea, you want to jump in quickly.
Myself. I muted myself after all. But I remembered what I wanted to say. First, it was to commend you because what a brilliant idea. This is something as a teacher, and I have been in early childhood and secondary. And for those older ones, I actually used kids' books to help them with their speeches because I knew that my fear going into early childhood was I didn't I didn't want to be seen. I didn't want to be the focus of the attention. And like Marie said, trying to keep 35 kids or 26 kids or whatever for me, they were under the age of 3. So having them in the room to entertain and to keep them all seated on the mat so mopping and everything could be done was you had to embody the characters. You had to, create voices and change your voice and your vocal strategy and sometimes improvise because some of those kids' books are really boring. So, getting into that flow of, okay, well, using rhyme, using creativity, and even like a little bit of humor helps with your speech. So I'd bring my kids' books in and go, okay, now you have to entertain a bunch of 5-year-olds. Remember, they're 5. So all of the kids in the class, they'd have to be as silly as possible reading the stories. And so many are like, oh, well, that's easy. It's like, well, why is it any different when you're sharing something you know? Why do you lose the expression if it's something you love? And that really helps. So I'm commending you on like taking away the words because they really do have to activate the mind and the memory. And we do this with visual prompts as well for writing strategies. It's like you put a visual up and go, okay, create a story. It's so easy to do because it's so open. The trees might talk, the grass might crawl away and become some type of, I don't know, parasite or something, like whoever, whatever. It's open, and that's the beauty of these type of strategies and what you've created there. So I really just wanted to commend you on that. But like looking at education, it also opens up for them to share. And this is what I've noticed with kids telling stories is they share parts of what's happening for them in their real life. Straight away, they'll pick characters that are their friends. And you can usually tell if there's a conflict between the friend because it shows up in their stories. Oh, such and such killed me in this, blah, blah, blah. You then have those conversations and those topics that you can then, why does it happen this way? What could they do and how could they interact? So that life strategy, and especially for some of the children on the spectrum, like those social cues. Why are they doing this? Why is that expression that way when they're really not saying that with their story and so on? So it's really beautiful to take language out of it. And a lot of what I talk about is energy. So it has language because we have to explain, but at the same time, it's not. It's a feeling, it's a sense.
I think these things are the beautiful strategies, particularly, with parents who have, it doesn't really matter what age, but whether they go to school or whether they're choosing different ways of educating their children or unschooling, which leads me to my final question. We've got 2 minutes. And these strategies that Flea was talking about, what you were saying as well, Francis. So for parents, who are choosing to maybe not go mainstream, maybe do things themselves because maybe their children are learning differently and they want to do the best for them. So for parents who are homeschooling or wanting to homeschool, what are some quick strategies in 1 minute, Frances, or your suggestions to help parents create authentic learning experiences, life experiences, and meet the governing requirements? We'll have 2 minutes, but I know reading, curiosity, inviting conversation, they've already been shared, but anything else to help parents make that decision or find other resources to support them?
I think it would still go back to the same thing about the boundaries, structure, and expectations. What are you as a parent able to do? Because I've got lots of friends that homeschool. And so it's what you're able to do, how you want to do it. You know, it's do you want to set up a classroom and they do the classroom piece, or do you want it to be let's go out in the community and do a lot of exploring that way? You can do both, but it's to me it has to be tapping into the resources, seeing what other people are doing, explore those resources, and then being honest with yourself and what you can do in the time that you can do it. Because I'm going to tell you what, when the pandemic came and it was time, kids were in at home. Thank God my child's school still sent him because I was teaching virtually and I knew my limitations. And I was like, my child is not going to get educated if it's up to me. And so luckily the school, and I wasn't embarrassed about that because I knew I was supposed to be sitting in front of a camera all day teaching other people's children and also attending to my child. That's a hard thing to do. So I just being aware of your expectations and what you're able to do, exploring those resources because there's so many ways of doing things these days. I could say you can do it this way or this way, but I don't know what your other added responsibilities are. So exploring the resources and again, boundary structure expectations for yourself first, what you're able to do for your child, and then look at what your child is able to do, and then going from there. So yeah.
So powerful, and it's been such a beautiful conversation of looking at the many ways of learning, but like coming back to self first, like you said, Frances. It's been a beautiful theme throughout this whole summit. And if people want to connect with you, Frances, how can they do that?
I'm actually updating my web page, but I can give the link to the books that are on. They are currently on Amazon, and I can share my the web page, even though it's being updated, and my email address, so I can share that with everyone. Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. Amazing. It's been such a beautiful way to start today, and so many amazing tips, but clear boundaries, expectations, knowing your capacity, and knowing your child. And I know these pieces have been woven so beautifully throughout the whole summit, and we're looking forward to our next panel, which is coming up very shortly. So, folks, stay tuned, and we'll see you in a couple minutes. Thank you, Frances. Welcome. Oh, welcome back now. My computer decides to work beautifully, right on cue. Oh, it's so exciting to be here for our final panel on day 3 of our beautiful Mum Summit, Mothers United Moment. And this beautiful panel, we've got such an array of guests here, joining mainly from Australia, US, and India. And it's so beautiful to have had over the past 3 days 24 amazing women from 8 countries. And it has just been such a phenomenal, inspiring, and a heartwarming way of hearing story and celebrating each other. And in this final panel with these amazing women, we are looking at breaking the silence, unspoken challenges of motherhood. And this panel is for all the things that haven't been said yet. We've spoken about identity. We've spoken about a whole heap of things with energy and boundaries. But this panel is to dive deeper into more of the taboo things, maybe things that aren't usually expressed online, and perhaps women might be a little bit confronted by or scared to talk about. So I'm just putting a little trigger warning here in case it may trigger people depending on where we decide to flow, and invite it will also be a beautiful opening into anything that comes up in a very safe and supportive way. And so today I have got some amazing people, and I've got Shika here as well to co-host with me and introduce some amazing people. So first up, and I might not be going in order, Shika, so we'll just tag team. First off, I'm going to start with beautiful Kiara. And hi, Kiara, welcome, and thank you for joining us. And Kiara has had a difficult pregnancy, a traumatic birth, and postpartum depression and anxiety. She healed by processing her emotions in the body with the guidance of her chakras. Now she helps mums to be and mums activate their confidence, their power, and intuition so they make the best decisions for their families and create new legacies. Her unique approach combines chakra and elemental healing, emotional release, and soul astrology. I love this. Welcome, Kiara.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Do you hear me?
Yes,
Everybody hears me. Yay!
amazing.
Let me go
Gorgeous.
to
I'm
Lisa.
going to go over to Shika now,
Yeah.
and if you can introduce beautiful Lisa.
Yes, let's. Hi, Lisa. Nice to see you again here. Uh, Lisa, a retired United States Air Force veteran, became a stay at home mom after 25 years of service, dedicating herself to her children and their milestones. She now focuses on creating an online community for widows, widowers, and single parents, while also sharing her love for all things nerdy on TikTok, inspiring others to embrace their inner child. So, yeah, exciting to have you here, Lisa.
Hi, Lisa. How you
Thank you.
doing?
I'm really happy to be here. Things have been crazy, and we have another hurricane coming this next week. So I'm
Gosh.
glad that I'm here.
Well, beautiful. So excited to have you. We go back over to Australia with the gorgeous Maitri. And Maitri, I believe this is your 3rd summit with us at Awæcnian Academy, which is very exciting. And Maitri is a cosmic sound healer and a coach who channels sound and wisdom that transports you to a deep inner connection, healing, and cosmic connection. Her voice will transport you back to the divine, and her big, bold, gentle heart connects all those who interact with her. As a mother of 2 teens, Maitri navigates life, parenthood, and relationships with the heart and connection at the core. Welcome, Maitri.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Awesome.
And I come back to Frances, introducing her again. Had a fabulous conversation with you, Frances, right now. For over 27 years, Frances has been dedicated to working with parents and children in family focused environments, striving to help both reach their full potential. While passionate about her work, Frances recognized the limitations of her role and the impact on her own well being, prompting her to seek a more balanced approach for supporting families.
I love that. Hi, Frances. We just had you on. It's so beautiful to have you
Hey,
back.
thank
And
you.
finally, we've got gorgeous Zoe again back in Australia. And Zoe Gaia has led retreats, groups, festivals and women's circles for nearly 3 decades as a trained therapist, ceremonialist, and transpersonal facilitator. She is the founder of Soul Arts International and the Feminine Embodiment Certification and Temple Arts. And her work fosters depth, authenticity, and sacred power for men and women. Welcome, Zoe.
Yay.
Beautiful. I'm just double checking that your mic works. It's part of me also saying hello. Are we all good? I just can't hear you.
Yes.
Yay! Oh, beautiful. Oh, good. I love this. Oh, my goodness. You know, throughout this summit, part of the joys has been navigating little tech glitches on the way, but, you know, we're almost there. And this piece around having a platform to give voice to the stories, to celebrate each other, but to also talk about the things and experiences that perhaps may not get a voice to be shared at times. And so I know in some of our group discussions in leading up to this, there have been definitely particular pieces on our hearts that we want to share. And I feel like throughout this whole panel or this whole beautiful summit, we've been talking about energy, identity, shedding, rebirth, and motherhood is this initiation and invitation into a deeper love and understanding. But sometimes a lot of the times there can be struggles along the way. And I know Frances openly shared in this morning's keynote some of the things that she struggled with in becoming a mother and adopting a beautiful child later in life. And so I'm just going to, direct it over to different people and just for you to share a little bit about who you are, your story, and something that you want to break the silence on in your, something you've experienced in your life. So I'm going to go over to beautiful Kiara because I really resonate with your story. And I shared with my keynote the other day about my miscarriages. And I recently went through my 4th miscarriage about 3 weeks ago now, and the learnings from that and sharing really vulnerably what I went through. And I find in my own experience, there are pieces that just want to be shared and heard for those that are open to listening or ready to receive that. And I know in just your bio there, working with women, working with your own self through childbirth, there are pieces in the energy and the wisdom that can come online in motherhood. So I'd love for you to just introduce yourself and tell us something that you're passionate about breaking the silence on.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. It's such a pleasure to be able to celebrate motherhood with all of you. We should do it more often. So it's wonderful that you have created this opportunity to talk about motherhood and the unspoken truth about it. And so I want to raise awareness today on the feminine energy in motherhood. And I am not talking about gender here. So we all have feminine and masculine energies inside of us. And so the feminine is the intuition, the slowing down, the receiving, and the masculine is the action oriented, the doing, and the giving. And so, unfortunately, in the world we live in, there is more masculine energy. So there's not a lot of balance. And also for the way we live in this world, it is gender based. It's not supposed to be, but it is more gender based in the world we live in. And so we see now playing the world, especially with all these words that are happening, the toxic masculine is in charge. So both traits have a toxic extreme to them. So yeah, all the words and all of that is like the toxic masculine, right? And for the world we live in, as I said, women have been struggling with this because they have been wanting to prove themselves, to do more, to kind of show they're capable, because we have been convinced by this narrative of the patriarchy that we're not good enough. And so we have been struggling with that for many, many, many years, of course. And so what happens in motherhood is that when women become mothers, we want to kind of do it all. We want to show, we keep on going with this narrative that we have internalized. So all of that, not feeling good enough, mom guilt, I believe it's an invention of the patriarchy, and that we simply took it on and internalized it, and we feel it now, and it's part of the narrative. And so what happens when we become moms, we, in the transition to motherhood, we are asked to slow down, to lean into our intuition. And it's hard for many moms who have been in the masculine for all their lives. And so we miss this like really crucial piece, which is the leaning into the feminine energy. And we buy into the want to do it all ourselves and the bounce back culture. And that's what happened to me. So in addition to my personal challenges, and as you said, Marie, when you introduced me, yes, I've been to a traumatic unplanned C-section with my first child. He's 5 years old now. And motherhood has the power, and I'm sure you brought this up before, but like motherhood has this power to bring up all our unresolved traumas and emotions. And it's a blessing in disguise, right? Because we are then able to confront them, and if we allow it to heal so many layers, right? So we have this personal baggage we come into motherhood with. And so for me, that was it. Even if we haven't been through big traumas with the capital T, all of us, we all have lived in dysfunctional families, right? We bring this baggage into motherhood. So I had to deal with that, like my chronic anxiety of my mom that I inherited. And so this anxiety came in full force in my postpartum depression and anxiety. And on top of that, this idea that I was bringing up about the feminine energy amplified everything, because I bought into the narrative that I had to do it all on my own, that I had to do it well. And so I started to not feel good enough. And eventually I lost love for myself completely in motherhood. And so what happened is that, of course, I had to do a lot of inner work, heal a lot of layers, and that allows me actually now to help other moms, because I walk the walk, like I fully embody what I teach. So I had to do a lot of inner work and heal many layers. And eventually we come to this year where I had my second chance in motherhood. I had my second child. She's now 5 months old, so I'm sleep deprived. So I'm sorry. I hope I'm making sense. But yeah, so yeah, she's 5 months old, and I leaned into the feminine completely this time. I lean into my intuition against all odds. Having a home birth after a C-section is a hard thing to do. I've been told, like it's dangerous, and like all these voices, like, and I was like, no, shut the noise off. Like, I know it's going to be okay. Not because it's okay every time, but because I leaned into my intuition. I know how to channel information. I know how to do that. And so I was like, no, this is going to be okay. That's my path. And so against all odds, I did that. And also the huge thing that makes a difference for me is opening up to ask for help. So I had an incredible team, right? I had an incredible midwife. I got a birth doula. I asked for help postpartum. I had a postpartum doula. So all of these things, all of these pieces have really made a huge difference. And so going back to what I was saying, the feminine energy in motherhood is essential. And unfortunately, there's a lack of it because of what we bought into and the narrative of the toxic masculine that we bought into. But it really can make a huge difference in the transition to motherhood and in motherhood in general.
I so resonate, and I feel like what you've experienced is like, this is the path that I feel like I'm also leading by going through the things and this embodiment of the divine feminine. I know beautiful Zoe, her session after this, after a break, actually is about the embodied woman. So ladies, if you're listening in, I highly recommend you tune in to beautiful Zoe's wisdom that gets to come online. But as you were saying, Chiara, that intuition, the feminine energy, noticing the baggage and the trauma and the challenges, we as mother get to transmute all of that. And I am going to pass over to Zoe now, because I feel like this is a beautiful thread and you've spent 30 years in this field. And, I had the pleasure of also meeting Zoe in our last summit, and I'm just like, you look so youthful and young, and it's like she's like reversed aged because of the divine feminine wisdom that just gets to exude through. But Zoe, I'll pass it over to you to speak into, either linking to that thread or other pieces that you feel need to be spoken into.
Thank you. And Kiara, thanks for initiating this conversation. I'm just on my final video download, so I hope my internet holds out. If not, I'll speak at the end of All the Women. So I really want to speak into two threats, the invisibility of woman and all of the womanly aspects. And you spoke into that, Kiara, with, how we function in a patriarchal world. Many of the things that make us uniquely feminine are asked to be invisible. Our cycles, the fact that we have children, we have to pretend almost like we don't when we're in the workspace, that we don't have these inconveniences of children and pickups at certain times. And there's a little bit of an invisibility. It is changing in time. So that's one aspect. Also, things like post-birth depression and depletion and sleep and perimenopause coming through that time. There's many different aspects that we need to kind of pretend aren't happening when they are happening, and not having the support structures that will hold us through those times. And I also loved that you spoke into this aspect of support. I think women thrive best in support, how we find ways to bring us all together and support us, and create support networks that allow us to go through these times. But the other aspect I wanted to speak into, I just want to check, can you guys hear me okay? Okay, the screen's frozen my end.
You're all good now. I think
Yeah,
rebuffered.
okay. Yeah, it's literally just finishing the final download for my next thing, so hopefully it should get better in a minute. So then the other aspect that I want to speak into is I work with women who bring secrets from within them that they've not spoken to anyone with, whether that's abortions, whether that's losing a child, whether that's their exhaustion that they get in that first trimester, which is often invisible again, because women sort of don't speak about even being pregnant sometimes in that first trimester until they know for sure that they have a baby. Now that's a time, I know from my 2 home water births, that is a time when you are growing this huge tree of life within you, your placenta, even though it says your baby is so tiny and you can't understand why your exhaustion is so great. But you are growing this massive tree of life. It's like this huge stake of an organ within you. That's invisible. That's not spoken about. That's not honoured for the journey that you're actually on. So there's all these aspects that aren't given voice to. And I am very passionate about finding safe spaces for women to tell their stories. So, because that is part of the healing. When we think we're on our own and that we're the only ones having this experience, it creates a layer of shame that adds to like a shame pool within us. Because one of the things that creates shame more than anything is a sense of being unseen and neglected and not worthy of that space. And so when women share their stories together, that's the healing that happens. They realize, wow, I am so not on my own with that. I thought this was about some deep, dark secret that I had to keep hidden that actually so many women journey through. And, so I think the most thing we can do to work through this patriarchal system, which, we've all been affected. I really want to speak to the brothers also. This is not about men being the perpetrators and women being the victims. We have all contributed to this flow of life that we're currently in, this distortion. And And I know many beautiful men who are restoring that feminine balance in their own lives, and they have many threads of invisibility too. Their emotions are often an invisible thread. There's lots of things that they work with too. But I do want to say that whilst we're traversing these patriarchal waters, we must find ways to support each other. It's how we are building a new culture from the inside out. And when we grow strong as women together, then we create structures that are in the physical work places. So for example, workplaces now that acknowledge a woman's bleed time is a time of regeneration. And so very gradually the culture changes, but it changes with us supporting each other first and then flowing out from there. And eventually it reaches our relationships and our workspaces and our, children who recognize these things that have been kept invisible for so long. I'll stop speaking now to give the women a chance to all bring their voice, but thank you. It's a very, very important topic.
So powerfully articulated. And you say it so eloquently and beautifully, and this goes to show the experience and the wisdom that comes through you in weaving these threads together. So thank you, Zoe. And, in the last summit, I was really open with all of the speakers because that energy piece that you spoke about from my last 3 miscarriages prior to becoming pregnant recently, I was so freaking tired. And I'm like an energizer bunny. Those that people that know me, I'm like boom, boom, boom. And I can like normally go for long periods of time. But I was just like so zonked out and I forgot actually what my body was doing and creating. And I cried a lot. And I'm just like, I'm just going to be really transparent that the version of me that I thought was professional and could do it all, like you said, we think we can do it all, Kiara, and sometimes we can't, and to ask for help. And so it was really beautiful to be in a space where I was holding space, but I was asking for permission for people to hold space for me at the same time and to just go with the flow. And they all did. And interestingly, even after that summit, as I was going through things afterwards, there was still shame pieces within me in my work mode that was like, oh, you didn't get their videos back to them in time. They're going to think this about you. And I'm just having these inner battles of like, just go gently. Your hormones are shifting, and they still are. And people, it's like they actually don't care. They're okay. They understand and have that compassion for yourself. And I think this piece around compassion and speaking your voice can come out in so many. Oh, Suri's deciding to jump in and share her voice on my phone. But this piece around compassion and sharing your story, whether it's speaking, whether it's writing, and expressing in the feminine form is something that's really, really powerful. And I'm going to go over to beautiful Lisa because, you also grown up in working within the Air Force, that masculine society do and the inner battles, but you also write and express your story as a way to share your voice and to bring insights to your experience. And I met you through the Mum Magic series where you shared your story there, and I'm so excited that you are here with us in this panel. So Lisa, I'd love for you to just introduce yourself, share a bit of your story and the things you want to break silence on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so being in, like you said, being in the military in general, it's men heavy, right? It's very patriarchal. And so whenever anything came up in regards to feminine things, I always just sort of just dealt with it and I hid it. But back in 2009, I was working at the embassy over in Madagascar. That was one of my jobs while I was in the military. And I just had my son 10 months prior. So here I am. I was 35. I was considered an older mom, but for me, I felt like I was a young mom because everything was new to me. And here I am in a foreign country, didn't know what was going on. So here I am with my husband and my 10-month-old son, having a beautiful experience in another country. And my husband went back to the United States to spend the holidays with his parents and his daughter from his first marriage. And unfortunately, while he was there, he passed away from a brain aneurysm. And because of that, it like obviously my whole life changed at that point. Because now here I am, not only a new mom, but a new single mom who had to figure out, what do I do and still be in the military? So how do I work? How do I, I already had somebody to watch my son during the day while I was there, but like, how do I do all this? And how do I handle my feelings and my emotions from something so traumatic that just happened? And then 2 months after he passed, we were mandatory evacuated from Madagascar for a medical or a military and political coup. So it was just a really tough time. And they sent me to Florida because my sister lived in Florida so I could be closer to family. But when I got here, still, I had to start all over. Here I am, a mom. I had to find daycare. I had to find a place to live. I had to act like nothing was wrong and go to work. And I hid all the grief. I hid all of the anger and the sadness. I hid everything, all those feelings. And I just had to be mom. And then I had to be who I was at work, and just deal with it. And then a few years later, my daughter came along. And that's a whole nother story that I don't have to get into. But here I am now, a single mom of two, trying to deal with all these feelings. Then in 2015, I finally retired. And all of those feelings that I have been shoving down for the past 6 years caught up with me because I wasn't at work. I was at home, and I didn't have to hide those feelings. And it was a really rough time for me to try to figure out everything. But with some help, I started figuring out a lot of these feelings came about, feelings of worthlessness and things like that all came about from when I was younger. And my inner child, my inner girl, right, was hurting. She never got to be who she wanted to be. She was forced into being an adult way before she was ready. And I had to find a way to heal her and be a mom and be present. I know we talked about being present as a mom many times. Like, I know Francis, in your talk, you talk about the importance of being present. That is so important. I wanted to be. Now here I am at home with my kids. I want to be present, and I want to be the mom that they need. Because I think all the time we think we have to be the mom that others want us to be, right? The media says we need to do this, we need to do that. I had to be the mother they needed to be. And so I had to take that time. And one of those things in healing my inner child and being a more present mom was finding ways to spend time with them. Now, behind me, you see I'm sitting in my nerd room. I created Nerdy Adventures because you can't even see my whole room. My whole room is full of nerdy stuff. Lego is mainly behind me, but I've got tons of stuff in here. Was to find ways to spend time with my kids, be present with them, and do things that they want to do, but also that I want to do to heal me and to heal them, because they've never had a father. It's just always been me, putting all that pressure on me to do everything. And sorry. When it came time when I found out about the writing experience in the Mom Magic book, I was at first really scared to share my story. But I knew it was important because there's so many women out there that feel like maybe I'm going through this by myself. I don't know how to handle this. What do I do? So by sharing my story, not only am I helping myself heal, I'm helping others. And so when I started sharing my story, I found out that there are so many women who resonated with, maybe they didn't lose their spouse, but maybe they lost a parent or a child. but they still went through that thing where they felt like they lost that piece of themselves and they wanted to heal. And so by sharing my story and by talking with some of these women and some men, I've it's not only helped me, but it's helped them heal what they needed to heal and find a way. So I don't think of myself as a survivor because I it's not that I don't like that word, but I thrive. Despite what I've been through, I've thrived. I haven't just survived. I've made so much more than what I thought I could do. I thought I was going to be in this sadness and depression forever. And now I found ways to bring happiness, not just to myself, but to my kids and others by sharing so much of what I enjoy. And, and I'm blessed in so many ways. And I'm so grateful to Marie for reaching out and letting me be part of this. And hopefully I can share more in the future because that piece is just a small piece of my crazy life. And there's so much more I would love to share.
Lisa, I've got goosebumps because I know like this journey that I've seen, from our connections together, and you have such power in your voice and such wisdom and such light, and that thriving essence just exudes out you. And I think you brought up a really good point about like the grief and the parts of ourselves that we can lose along the way. And I know, Frances, you touched on that briefly in the pieces of us, and you stepping into motherhood. It's like the single mom is still, the single woman is still there, but you also have to have we spoke about boundaries and saying no to things, because of there is responsibility in motherhood that is beautiful, but it's also an up leveling. And there's also invisible threads, as I was saying, that are unspoken, and the emotional intelligence. So, Frances, I'd love for you to just share some of those unspoken pieces that you would like to shed light on.
I was listening to everyone, and I thought, like for Lisa, when she was talking, I'm going to try not to cry. I feel guilt because it's survivor guilt because I had an aneurysm when I was 23, and I made it through. It's just I feel guilt sometimes because I made it through and other people didn't. Um, I feel, and sometimes in parenting, and it's also that shame of, are you doing it right? Are you doing it the best for your child? And then there's that fear of getting it wrong. So it's been a lot of the baggage, but it's been baggage that has not been like a brown bag. It's been a colorful bag because in that I have support, you know. That's one of the things I think that people, when people talk about going it alone, I don't ever want to have to go it alone. I have been blessed with finding and people finding me with friends and support. I and one of the things too is that I started that journey of finding true friends and true support long before I even, I knew I was going to adopt or anything like that. Those people were already in place, and they stepped up to the occasion when I needed them. And I would tell people too that just like they stepped up to the occasion when I needed them, I need to make sure that when they need me, I step up to the occasion too, because it goes both ways. It goes both ways. So I was just in listening to you guys. I wrote down, there's shame there's fear, um, and there's guilt. There's guilt for so many reasons. And when you were talking about the energies, I remember when I adopted Jaden, and the place that I worked said that I could use family medical leave. And I was like, I don't need that. I'm working. He goes to daycare. We're fine. That was one of the stupidest things I ever have done, was not taking the time to take time for myself, because that was a huge transition. It was a huge transition, but I was like, "Oh, I can do it." And no, I I should have taken that time, but I thought, "Oh, I'm working, I'm fine. He's in daycare, got all that set up, got all that straight." But it's so much more than just that. It's bringing another person into your world. And one of the things I said was I understood that carrying a child for 9 months because I rushed the process because I felt like he needed me. But I should have slowed down on the process because, yes, he needed me, but I needed me to be ready. And I thought I was, and I wasn't. And that was one of the reasons I definitely had to go back to therapy because, like I said, potty training was, yeah, that alone was enough for me. So, but yeah, it's just tapping into and being like, being understanding your uniqueness and being your own cheerleader and your own support in that and knowing that you're different and it's okay to be different and what you need may not be what I need and it doesn't make it wrong. It just makes it different from what I need. So
Beautiful, beautiful insights there. And I'm going to go over to Gorgeous Maitri because I know there's lots of pieces that are resonating with your own experience of yourself and sharing just your own journey and the pieces that you want to break the silence on. And I'm sure you'll weave all these beautiful pieces together and would love to hear more from you, Maitri. And then Shika.
Yeah, thank you. I really resonate with what everyone's saying, and I think what you said, Francis, finding the uniqueness in ourselves, like, so important, because in the society, Lisa also talked about this, we're expected to be in a certain way, expected to be a certain mom, and then valued if you're in a certain mom. Like, for example, I had in my head that ideal mom is to be like really loving, expressing love, giving hug and cuddles, and like, oh, are you okay, and spending lots of time. That's great, that sounds great, that feels great, but I'm not that person. I'm not naturally like a maternal kind of person. I felt guilt that I'm not that person. I can't be that person because I'm not that way naturally. And what I found is that I'm more thriving and happy when I'm being like a sisterly with my kids. And, they are like my best friends and they tell me everything and I tell them everything. And I don't think, in the normal parent book, it's recommended to tell the children everything and be the like a, sister instead of the mom, anything like that. I've never seen anything like that. But to accept myself, that's how I am. And that's just, I love interacting with them that way. And to accept it is okay. I am unique and I might not be same as other moms that I do admire, but it is okay for me to be me. And also part of that journey was to find who I truly am, my uniqueness, instead of having a certain job that is expected by the society, by the family, by the culture. But instead finding who I truly am. What do I resonate doing in this life? What do I feel the purpose in life this is? And actually acknowledging and bringing that out, letting myself shine and do what I truly love doing has completely changed my life and the relationship with my family as well, because prior to finding, acknowledging myself as who I am, my uniqueness, and letting myself shine as who I am, and when I was trying to fit into the society, trying to live up to the expectation of the culture and the family and the society, I was not aligning with my heart. My life wasn't aligning. And then that led me to depression, anxiety disorder, having trichotillomania, which is just pulling the hair out until I had the bald spots on my head. And sometimes driving in the car feeling like, oh, which tree should I driving into? And one day I had to come to the conclusion that I don't want to live the life that if I get hit by a lightning tomorrow and die, I don't want to have the life that I really regret. So then I have come to the place where I had to jump from the spiritual cliff and just trusting myself that I have wings on my back when I can't even see a sign of single feather in my back. But from that moment, I started to thrive, and I no longer resented my children. I no longer hated my life, myself, or anything. And actually, I got to be and keep going to be the great role model for my children. When they look at me, I'm like, oh, mom's doing what she loves doing, and I have the way that I want to live my life, regardless of what the society or other people say or what's expected. But I would love to be that role model, continue to be that role model for them, and be the beacon that, find your uniqueness, be the way that you want to be, let yourself shine. There's no shame attached, no, there's no guilt attached. And I love being here with you all, because you are living that life, being the beacon for so many other women and the children and the fathers and the men. And so I feel so honored to be here.
Thank you, Maitri. I think you brought a really important point up before we go to Shika, where, when you're not in alignment and you're not following your heart, your body starts to become ill, anxiety, depression, and even touching on thoughts of suicide. And I know that word is, again, very taboo, and again, something that is not wanting to be spoken about. But I know I've had those thoughts in the darkness, in the shadows, where I'm like, well, what if this happened? And in all the inner work, acknowledging those thoughts that just get to pass by and not to suppress it. And so, as women, I think there's been a really beautiful theme here that if you need help, seek it, ask for help, whether it's a friend, whether it's your doctor or a counselor or a facilitator or a coach. There's so many coaches here. Find people that resonate with you. But if you are in that dark place, seek help. And life is so precious. And as mums, and we see it in our men, and you look at the suicide rates and depression, and unfortunately a lot of our men do commit suicide because of all of those circumstances and things like that. And that was somebody's child, once upon a time. So coming back into alignment, talking about these things, communication is so, so vital, and how we form those relationships with our children to feel that safety as they grow, I think is really, really vital. And Shika, I'd love for you to share what's on your heart, the things that are unspoken.
Yeah, first of all, it's a third day of 4:30 a.m. in the morning, sitting for 12 hours listening to all the mums. But um, I started this whole journey of Mothers United movement because an inspiration was first needed for me, and I wanted to hear the stories. And the stories really work for me, for sure. And I've it's done for last 2.5 years. I've been sharing stories of mothers, and it works. So I'm very grateful that all of you are sharing this, because it's going to help some mother somewhere. This content is going to be permanently sitting here, and it will resonate with somebody, because even after 2 years of the book and everything, I keep hearing, I heard that story and I'm here today. I heard that story, I'm here today. And I can myself vouch for the fact that I hear stories and I'm like, okay, if she can do it, so can I. If she can do it, so can I. And probably I needed to hear 100 mothers before I could come back into my shine and light. And that's why I interviewed 100 mothers for 100 days with a 4 month old in my hand. It was just crazy. People are like, you're going to talk about 100 days for with mothers on odd times, and I was just continuously doing it. I don't know what happened. So as we've already shared so much and so many things, I also want to share, and this particular topic is about things that people don't hear about mothers, but I'm not sure if people will still resonate with what I'm going to say, because this is not spoken about, but I went through it. Yes, we go through a lot of mental, spiritual, and many other things and losses that we can't count for. We don't even know we are losing things. We don't even know we are losing ourselves. But I started to lose my teeth. 4 molars went. 11 years of raising children. And then the front teeth started to chip off with no cavities, with nothing. And I'm sitting there playing, because of course, many people know my story, so I've just told my story a lot of times. My mother was taken away, many things I went through. Um, at the same time, loved a lot, support that Francis was talking about. I was in a very big joint family in India and blah, blah, blah. I just talked a lot about it. But I never knew that it'll come to a point that this very calm girl who solved so many things, who was risen, who became this very famous photographer, who was holding everything up, one of the girls who could enter a room and people would say, oh, we get so much light from you, had diminished so much light within, but had managed to show a front side that was giving to the world but was taking so much away from me. And when my teeth started to fall, the first thing was the blame to yourself. The first molar went off. I'm just like, I'm not taking care of myself. I have a little boy and I'm not taking care of myself. And I was being hard on myself. And I'm trying everything, dentist, this, that. Second one went. Third molar went. Chipping of the teeth is happening. I'm middle of the dinner. I'm just like, what's happening? And I was totally being taken aback. And I'm talking about a very odd story because it's odd to keep losing your teeth without cavities and any pain. And well, being me, and I had started to speak to a lot of mothers, and I was just searching my own thing. Where is the inspiration? And disconnected both the things of the physical, messages and the wanting of inspiration, and all that was totally different boxes for me. And then I ended up interviewing, actually meeting Dr. Dorothy McGrath from Germany, and I looked at her in a summit like this, and that's why the importance of summits. A summit like this, she was sitting there, and she's a dentist who left dentistry and went into energetics of teeth. And she said that words that are not spoken get broken in your mouth. I was just like, oh my God, what did she just say? Like for last 10 years, I'm looking for full molars gone, teeth chipping off with like, and the dentist is telling me it's all okay, it's fine. You must not be having calcium. You must not be. It was nothing of that sort. And it straight away hit my heart when she said the words that are not spoken get broken in your teeth. And I had to take that thread down and then go to a point that what is it that I have not spoken, and I had not spoken for 43 years. My mother's story, just being this girl at the age of 5 saying, I'm fine, I understand she's schizophrenic, I understand it's not happening for the family. I know you love me. I don't want to make you feel that, it's anything wrong with me emotionally. And I was just making everybody feel everything is okay because people feel for a child. So I was trying to tell them, don't feel, it's okay, I'm fine, I'm holding on. And through the journey of me becoming a mother, obsessing over, not leaving my child, many things, and still keeping that face of, yes, everything is fine and everything is good, and I want to do something for you, and look at me, if I can do it, so can you. I've thrived, look at me, I've thrived to so much. But I was not speaking, I was not talking, and I was clinching and I was holding back, and they were breaking. And then finally, my the body said, here, enough of 42, 43 years. You just, what are you doing? So I interviewed doctor, and I had to interview her. So I reached out to her. I said, can I speak to you? Because I don't think this happens to mothers, and nobody told me that you, or if it happens, nobody relates to it easily if it's happening to your teeth anyway. Because I went to the gynecologist. I said, does this happen to women when they become mothers? But I had a message for the world, so I had to go through it myself. And when she spoke, I spoke to her, and then she could actually tell you which part of your tooth is related to which part of your brain, and what is it that you are, because we're connected, we're whole, these teeth. Because I asked my husband one fine day, I said, do you know what, like when mummies are found in Egypt, their teeth need to, like, they look at the teeth and they find out how old the skeleton is. That's how strong our teeth are. And that's why I want to pay attention to this particular topic, because if our teeth can survive thousands of years on a skeleton because they're very strong, how are all of us losing it at the age of 9, at the age of 8, permanent teeth being lost at 12, 11, 15, 40, 55, we're okay to have dentures. Nobody's thinking about it. What is this epidemic of? It's just one of those odd stories, and I have to bring it out. So I asked my husband. I said, "Mummies can be found with teeth intact. Why not? Why am I losing my teeth at 42 with no cavities?" And then she spoke about the holding back, the clinching, the holding it tight in the night, probably grinding the teeth, and then always telling myself, keep it back, don't hurt people because people hurt seeing hurt people. So I was holding it for the world to feel nicer, but holding it all in. And then I released, and my teeth stopped breaking. And then I started, of course, brought 100 mother stories. I've been talking ever since because if I couldn't, I didn't know where to start talking as well. What to talk, how to talk, everything had to be learned. But what better way than connecting to mothers, first hearing and then talking and then speaking? And so I just want to, in this particular topic of all the odd things, like even this can happen. And then it diseases and it shows in your body in so many ways, whether you're gaining weight, whether it's your thyroid, whether it's your PCOD, whether it's your something or the other is going off in your system. And you need to sit and ask, what is it that you're not doing that is coming in into, inside? And believe me, the self-image issues you go through at a young age of 35, losing teeth, all sorts of stuff come. And I do self-portrait and I teach self-portrait, so I had to step into self-portrait and I had to step into my pictures and then express it freely and let the teeth show. Let If nobody saw it, people came from all over the world to launch the book, nobody saw my broken tooth, but I thought the whole world was seeing my broken. I also went to the level of asking my husband, will you leave me if I have no teeth? Because the self-image issue that kicks in, especially in women at young age, that if you don't have teeth, you need to have dentures at the age of 50. What is going to happen? But all these stories are bringing it together that, just holding it all together necessarily doesn't mean you're doing the right thing, right? And then releasing not necessarily always means it has to be harsh. Just releasing it out doesn't mean that go out in the world and say, this is what's happening to me, and I want to shout and I want to scream. Not necessarily, because I'm not that. As Francis said, I don't like to scream and shout and say, this is what's happening to me. Don't you understand? I like the gentle breeze. I like the gentle release. I like the softness. And then just talking to 100 women, relating to it, and then having conversations like this can just heal you so much that bringing these platforms are very, very important. And every time I hear something, I think my teeth get released because then I get to speak and then the interaction happens. And then I am releasing and my teeth stop breaking now. But it was the most odd incidents I share with the world to say, even this can happen if for years you don't speak. So if anybody tells you to speak too much, it's you wanting to want to speak. So speak. Don't go to the person who doesn't want to hear. Find another way. Whatever way you find, stand up in your light and just speak if you want to. You want to speak in a lighter way, go that way. You want to speak another way, go that way. But holding back can also break your teeth. And mummies can have teeth after 10,000 years. So you can imagine what's happening to our children who are going to dentists and they're not getting to speak and they are losing their permanent teeth I have a niece who's lost her permanent three of her permanent teeth at the age of 11, and it's all okay because we found a solution. Put the next tooth and everything is fine. Dentistry has gone really high. Not really. Nobody in the dentist chair is asking you what's happening, why are you losing these teeth. You're just 11, you're just 12, but they're holding back, and maybe holding back a lot. And in that holding back, of course, eating a lot of sugar and most of the things that we do. So even for the next generation, as all of us will have children, dentist is not the first place you immediately go, even if something like that happens to you. First ask, why is it happening? Why is your teeth hurting? Find another way. Why are you eating more sugar? Why is it craving or wanting to have things that can break your teeth? Because it's not meant to. You're meant to have your teeth in your skeleton if you're buried somewhere after 10,000 years. So I just wanted to share that story because I think if it's my teeth, something odd must be happening to some other mother somewhere, and she really needs to speak up and talk about it.
It's so fascinating because the density of the bone is the strongest parts that part of the physical world. And if we think about the energetics of creation, we require the physical composition of the bones. And even these children, it's the intergenerational trauma that they're carrying through that is now exuding through the physical body, because our teeth are also an initiation. You do have your baby teeth, and it's linked to your nervous system. So if there's something wrong with a tooth, a particular part, like you were saying, it comes back to the nervous system. And I've been listening to Women Who Run with Wolves, and she talks about the bone woman, and this wild, innate nature of the divine feminine that is grounded in the earth and rooted in Mother Nature and our physical bodies and the density of our bones and the calcium and all that's Mother Earth, and also the cosmos coming together to bring in these threads through our vessel, through our bodies. So I love where this is kind of woven into, but the pieces that aren't spoken are just that 3D physical reminder. And so when our bodies tell us things through pain, through suffering, we better listen, because if we don't listen to our body and the body wisdom that is the cosmic wisdom that is in our blood, our DNA holds all of the cosmic information. And this is the potent part about being woman, because our portals within us, we've got all these beautiful chakra systems, but the womb space is the portal of all creation, where men and women come into being in the physical. And this is the feminine, the masculine energy that is reharmonizing now. And I love that piece about the teeth, because it brings us back to the body wisdom, back to the actual physical. And I know for me, the wisdom within my body, my womb space, my yoni, really activated a lot of my voice. And I've spoken about this as well in other parts. But when you look at your vagina and your yoni and the shape of it, it is exact same shape as the vocal cords. And we spoke with beautiful Magda yesterday about the gut brain and your actual brain. It's the same materials. And we think about the bones and the bone structure, it's so linked, so deeply rooted in the physical, in our bodies, that, has wisdom through it as well, that lasts, like you said, like the mummies that last for lifetimes. And like, that's how powerful our bodies are. And I know for me, I was I lost myself in motherhood. I lost the magnetism. I lost the vital life force energy, and that is in the creative sexual energy that we have as women. It creates life. We can birth children into being and whatnot. But there was a time where I forgot about that power because of the good girl within me, and a lot of unwinding of these stories and narratives came back to understanding the sexual power, the sensual power within me. And so for me, something that I don't hear spoken about, or very in small little pockets, was this ecosystem we have within our sexual creative energy, with either with self or with a partner, and sacred sensuality, and inviting that safety within the nervous system. Like, that doesn't get spoken about. And for me, in my journey, I bring a lot of my magnetism and thank the work that I've done with feminine leaders who have actually helped me to understand how to de-armor all of the stories through our very sacred portals and vessels, which is our yonis. And when you look at the Sanskrit meaning of yoni, it's like, the portal of all creation. There's some beautiful meanings behind it. And I know in intimacy, I've been with my husband for a very long time. I've known him for 28 years, since we were in primary school. We've been together for 18, married for 14. And I don't know any other, and I'm 39, I just turned 39. I don't know many other people in union that have lasted this long. And I think for me, this piece around intimacy and growing with someone, if you choose that's your path, navigating all of these changes in motherhood. Like motherhood pushed me down this path of a lot of inner work, but then I distanced myself because I lost myself and therefore distanced myself from my husband. And understanding men and their creative life force, they are like the sun. Their energy is daily, and we women, we're cyclical. We work with the earth and the moon. And like my cycle and my flow wasn't understanding his flow. And there were times we didn't talk to each other or even touch each other. And understanding my needs versus his needs, there was a whole heap of time that in that, then we stopped talking to each other. And to find each other again through trauma, through grief, through allowing the feminine to come online really gave me the space to ask more questions to him, to hear what he was missing and lacking. And all he wanted was just for me. He just wanted me back. And I lost that part of myself. And so listening to my body and learning how to recultivate that relationship with my womb, with my yoni, with self-pleasure. And like it was only after 37 years, like I'd never actually gone down that path of what is self-pleasure, what masturbation, or there is a difference. There is an energetic difference as well. And I'm like, women don't talk about this. And it was only through feminine mentors that spoke about the safety with, because our yonis and our vaginas, they also hold so much connection to all of our organs and tap into our parasympathetic nervous system. So when we think about the orgasmic nature of life, the ecstasy we want to bring in joy and excitement, we think about the Big Bang. It's like the universe is exploding in ecstasy to create life. Like the universe, God source energy is a massive womb. And it's like, can we bring more of that into our being, into our essence? And I find even talking about sensuality, sex, intimacy doesn't get spoken about as well. And when you're going through miscarriage and your whole ecosystem is dry, like women, perimenopause, all the things, it's a whole ecosystem that we forget to nurture and are too scared to talk about. And even having sex when I was healing was painful. And I didn't want to. So it was like, well, how do I nourish myself and love all of myself and learn how to look at the things that in the past I didn't want to look at and disgusted me? It's like, that's my body. And I saw my daughter in her curiosity growing up, looking at her body parts and going in the mirror and going, what's this? And like that curiosity and that innocence, I'm like, where did I lose that? And so I suppose for me, bringing this into this space as well as like, I wanted to love all of myself truly, madly, deeply. So I became curious again into creating safety back into my body, and therefore safety back in intimacy and safety back into relationship. And I know that sometimes when we are in relationship, male or female, doesn't matter. It's these parts of ourselves that perhaps we don't talk about with our partner, what our desires are, what we are yearning for. Because I know in the last particularly 2 to 3 years and in all of this activating, our relationship has flourished and thrived, and everything that we are co-creating together gets to change because of the inner work I did there. And so it's 11:11 now, and please writing that in the chat. But I'd love to open it now, opening into the safety of the space with any other comments of, I suppose, anything that the ladies have shared here. And you can put your hands up, adding to that, adding to the value, adding your insights, and we can just popcorn in the last 20 minutes here. Any of these other pieces that are like, yeah, we need to talk about this more. Who would like to jump in? Zoe, and then Kiara.
I'm happy to. beautiful thread that you've started there, Marie. Thank you. I just felt it was really important to speak into what occurs when one becomes mum, because that somatic connection, that body connection is often, again, unspoken about. And we can never know as mums what it's like when we traverse those spaces and unexpectedly experience things in our soma, in our bodies, that we didn't know about. So for example, when you meet your birth experience, no one really tells you that when you go through the experience of your body opening in birth, you will experience memories from your own birth experience, and you will also relive experiences of what your mother experienced while she was birthing you into the world, and your first experiences. There's this very deep somatic that unfolds through our cells, that expresses itself and rises up. And if we don't have this awareness that our body will speak to us, or for example, what happened for me, my parents separated when I was 2 years old. So when my first child was 2 years old, I started to experience all these sort of fractures within my relationship. And it was like, that was my somatic memory of my little 2-year-old experiencing the fracture that I lived through but was unspoken and unprocessed. So I feel that it's really important. Women get this opportunity, and it's a challenge as well. We get to very intimately live our somatic experience and process that as we go along, just as we do every cycle that we live, or through our sexuality, as you spoke into, Marie, and where we close down and where we need to heal. Our bodies are very expressive as women, and that estrogen actually makes us more sensitive. It makes our skin more sensitive than the testosterone of man, and so we have this opportunity when these experiences come in. If we don't know that they're going to come in, it's hard for us to understand why we suddenly feel maybe depressed or shut down or heavy or sad, and we have no reference for it. But if we get to know that there's this incredible link between the body and the being, and that whilst we go on a very body experience, very body orientated experience of birthing, growing, feeding children, we're going to traverse all those spaces, and that we need safe spaces where we can integrate and process those so that we can come into our wholeness. It's great we get this opportunity. I mean, what an incredible opportunity. We get an opportunity every cycle to live that, actually, the birth and death portal. But we need to be aware of that and to find ways to welcome that and process and integrate that in our lives, which is part of this. We're speaking into the unspoken, and it's a beautiful conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. Kiara.
Thank you so much for sharing these beautiful and inspiring insights and your stories. I want to just quickly touch on a little bit of the points that I've heard. First of all, I want to give a shout out to Lisa for being a single mom. I have so much respect for single moms. So absolutely, I just wanted to say that. And then I wanted to quickly also comment on Shika and what she talked about, losing the teeth. As an expert in energetics, I heard that she had a lot of trauma. I don't know her full story, didn't have the time to listen to it yet, but that creates a sense of unsafety in the body, unsafety. The bones, like the teeth are connected. They're bones, they're part of the bones, right? And then it's connected also with the throat chakra. And so this fear of speaking your truth. And so together, it's like this sense of unsafety. You already didn't feel safe for the trauma that happened when she was a child. And then speaking her truth became like really difficult for her. And so that makes sense, like from the point of view of energetics, because when we have a blockage energetically, if we don't release it, with time, it kind of crystallizes and it becomes a physical issue. So definitely something kind of in line with energetics and how then it goes to affect the physical body. And then I also wanted to touch on, I don't want to get the names wrong, so I'm just going to say, but the other two awesome ladies that brought up the uniqueness and just be in your uniqueness. And I want to encourage everybody here not to buy into the labels. There are a lot of labels also connected with motherhood. There's like the holistic motherhood movement and gentle parenting and all those labels. I personally really dislike them because I feel like I don't belong. Like when it comes to holistic, for example, it's always about like using only natural things and like breastfeeding and co-sleeping. And I am a spiritual mom. I do energy work, but I also chose formula this time because I didn't have a great experience with like the breastfeeding before, and I don't co-sleep because I need my space. And so when we buy into these narratives too, then they can create guilt and shame. And so I want to just bring that up. Like, we don't need to identify with a label they give us about motherhood. And the last point I want to touch on is what Marie said about women who run with wolves, which I love. And I think it really taught me that the power of women lays in the darkness. And it's not a negative darkness, but it's really when we think about spirituality, we're used to think about like something that comes from above. But when it comes to the feminine, it's really like a power that is within, in the deeper waters, in the dark. Birth happens in the dark, as you were saying, Marie. It's like the cosmos, right? It's the same thing. It's like before the birth of a star. And so how we kind of, to go back to our power, the feminine power, we need to go really deep into the dark of ourselves. And as you said, Marie, love all of us. And so I just want to end by saying, be kind to yourselves. A happy mom means happy children, whatever that means for you.
Wow, thank you, Kiara. Such beautiful reflections on the chat as well. And I'd love to open up. Are there any other pieces, like through these threads, that you're like, I feel like this hasn't been said yet, or I'd like to add onto some other pieces? Maitri, is there anything that is like, resonating within you that you'd love to share?
Yeah, sure. I think I would like to also touch a bit about the school refusal. As a moms and a dads, and we have a particular idea of what we want our kids to go through, and then from our experience, we kind of decide, okay, what's the right path and what's not really right path, and what's the kind of the path that we want our children to go through, because we love them so much, and because from our own experience we formed opinions and ideas, what's great and what's not so great and what's really bad. And when my son went through the school refusal, it was heartbreaking for all of us. But then we had to come to the understanding and accepting that everyone's different, everyone thinks different, everyone learns different, everyone senses the world differently, and it is okay for any child not to fit in particular path just because we formed an idea what's good and what's not good. And so for us, it was about accepting, understanding, still just having a good relationship together. And then that's, I think, the open communication and acceptance and just having good relationship is what's most important. It's not about which path is the one that they have to go through to be considered as good enough. And because I also went through so much journey of myself, going through believing, having core belief that I'm not good enough, to finally keep peeling like in layers of onion, to accept and understand and truly thrive in who I really am. So I realized that just by accepting and giving opportunities, and actually that's growth and expansion for us and adult as well. It's just never ending growth and expansion through the kids' experience, even if it feels difficult and worrying at times. And yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about a bit as well.
Great point, my tree, and I will pass over to Lisa soon. But I feel like I went through a school refusal last year when I left mainstream teaching, and the little girl within me was like, "Nope, I'm not getting out of the car," because it wasn't in alignment that you were speaking about. It wasn't aligned, and I was in tears, and I became the kid that didn't want to go to school, the teacher that didn't want to go to school, and that was my body again telling me this is not in alignment. I know, Lisa, you also work with children as well, and I'd love for you to share some of your insights or additions to this.
You're exactly right. I work at Mathnasium, and so I tutor math, and trying to find that balance when I'm speaking with the kids, because some kids, I don't think they get a lot of attention at home, right? They don't get the proud parent or any kind of parent helping them at all, because sometimes they come in and like they'll hug me and they're like, thank you so much, and you've explained this in such a way that makes so much more sense. But it's like and once again in my head I keep thinking maybe we should go, like I keep thinking, where are your parents in this? Are your parents not there for you in that way? But we've all said we each have our strengths and weaknesses in parenting, and so maybe that's not their strength. And so that's why I love doing what I do, because not only am I helping them, I think, math wise, which I am, I think I'm also helping them mentally in some other ways, and sometimes physically, because as we know, when we have that physical touch with like a hug or something like that, we're exchanging energy. And so I think that's really important as well. But another thing I want to touch on is, for me, I've never felt safe speaking my truth to other women or to anybody before. Because when I have spoken my truth to, let's say, so-called friends, right? They've used it against me. And so I kept a lot to myself. So I am so grateful and blessed that I found a community like this to where I can speak my truth and ask for help if I need it, and to just be the person I'm meant to be. And so I am so grateful for that, because I came from, you know, um, a, a community in the military where everybody was for themselves. Nobody would. We had the teamwork, like if we were out in the field and things like that. But when it came to personal things, we weren't there for each other. And I think that's why we talk about, so many people committing suicide in the military or our veterans, because they didn't feel safe enough to talk about those things. And it just, it got to a point where they couldn't handle anymore. But anyway, back to a better subject. But it is important to discuss that mental health is everything, because if we are not in a good place mentally, it's hard to be in a good place physically, spiritually, anything. So trying to find a balance, but sharing our stories and seeing our differences and embracing those differences, embracing, I may not do things as the same as Kiara, or I may not do things the same, but does it work for me and my kids? Yes. All right. Because I'm terrible with names. Myri, I'm terrible with names. When she was talking about being like more of a sister to her kids, I tried that. But as my kids got older, my son, who's the older one, he's now 16, started to kind of push my buttons in like, we're equals instead of me being the mom. And so I had to change my parenting style around that, because I couldn't have him having that kind of power over me and thinking we were equal. So I had to find a way to balance our relationship that way. But he still shares everything with me, but he also knows that there is that boundary. So I am grateful for hearing all of these stories the past 3 days, and especially here where we're able to share and there's no judgment. We're able to be who we are and share our stories. And just, you all are such incredible women, and I'm inspired by all of you. And I'm just grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. We feel your heart and such beautiful points that you've raised. And Frances, your final thoughts on any of these gorgeous threads?
I just would go back to the piece about the uniqueness and what and in growth, your uniqueness doesn't need to look a certain way because as you grow, there's other things you can work on. I may only be able to work on one thing now, but as I grow in that area, then I can move on to another area of growth. It doesn't It's just like what Lisa was saying about parenting. It changes. We change. It's okay. Your uniqueness is the fact that you can change, but be honest with yourself during that change.
Amazing. It's a beautiful way to summarize. And Shika, I know all of these beautiful women coming together. What are your final thoughts? And Zoe, yeah, I love hearing Frances talk too. And I just love all of your voices, the energy, the frequency. You all have such a gorgeous, gorgeous tone and frequency. And everyone's just so anchoring and beautiful in their own unique way. So thank you, Zoe, for bringing that up. And Shika, your final
Um,
thoughts.
yeah, just very grateful being here last 3 days, listening to all the moms, and I just want to extend a request for whatever audience, wherever they're watching. The one thing that also brought me into the world of bringing stories of mothers out was because I'm a photographer for 25 years, photographing babies and mothers, and this little hesitation on the shoulder and the tightness of the jaw in front of the camera taught me so much about what the mother was going through. And hence, I'm here 25 years later, looking and watching and creating images of just moms and children. That I don't think in our ancient times, mother ever had were ashamed of carrying their children where they had to, when the children wanted to cling on to them and they wanted to be with them. The modern world has made it very difficult. They're separating the child and the mother. They're separating the spirit of the mother when she becomes a mother and says, show up without them. And that's what's creating a lot of havoc in the society, which people don't understand. And I used to claim this 2 years back, and I think I'm saying it after 2 years of my whole project ending. But I'm saying it after 2 years again that if you allow the mother and child to thrive, even in the modern times together, a lot of political, financial situations of the societies can be changed. We don't have to sit on the table across to solve these difficult situations of war and everything if you allowed the mother child thriving happening easily, because from this mother comes the army officer, and from the mother comes the prime minister, and from the mother comes the uh, you know anybody who's creating havoc in the society. She needs to be to like one in her times when the child is dependent on her, and don't make it very difficult. And how do we bring that into the society, that this separation is not considered a normal thing, like shutting the door. Like, people keep telling me, why don't you lock your door, your children keep coming in. He's been 4 months since he's seen the project, he's 5 and he still comes and he still wants to talk to me. And for me not to flinch and to be ashamed, to be just saying, oh my god, I'm what people are going to think about it, I'm one of the hosts, and I can. If I drop that image that what will people think, and give importance to what he really needs or my child needs at that point in time. And it's difficult because of financial problems. People are struggling with finances, so they give in to the society and say, I will listen to what you're saying, even if I have to shut the door to my child. And whatever then happens to the child, and whatever the story they create in their head for what the mother is doing. And there are so many layers. Like in India, you have all stratas of people, financially very well to do. I have somebody who comes and helps me with cleaning, has 3 children. She's had 3 miscarriages, 3 children, an alcoholic husband who beats her up, and her children are all below 5. She needs to leave them, lock them sometimes, and come for work, right? I keep telling her, why don't you bring them? But they won't let her work. She has to work to get the bread to her. Like, there are mothers like that as well. And yes, we can talk about spirit, we can talk about energy, we can talk about mental trauma, but there is a mother who needs to provide for her 3 children. And she's all of 26. She ran away from her house and eloped and married. So in her culture, she was like no parent support. And so when I list, the stories are there as well. Those are also the stories, but those citizens are also contributing to this earth. Those 3 children are going to contribute to this earth as well. So, how do we start talking about these things? Because my other vision of the book was to get sponsors for these mothers to speak up, because you can't deny these citizens of Earth as well, who do not have the ability to sit on a summit and talk about how they felt, what it was, what it is. And at the same time, a corporate mother who has to leave because it's getting difficult to pay the fees and to get the thing together. So the separation and the wounded, separation is so strong. And whatever the reason justified has to do it, must do it. How do we start talking about and bring that change of the acceptance that while she has the dependent child from those 6, 7, 8, 10 years, can she be allowed to be a mother? And how does the society support and honor? And that's why when Flea started this thing, she asked me, why did you say honoring motherhood formally? Unless we don't give a formal platform, we won't take it seriously. We won't take it seriously. We will just think it's something that you do. You shut the doors, you come, you lock them, you come. When you're, something very important, like he just had a bad dream, he had a nightmare, and he just came to tell me that he had a nightmare. How is it not as important as me talking about mothers here? It is equally important. So I spoke to him and I said, okay, you had a bad dream. And then I reconciled and I settled him, and I'm like, I'm coming in 5 minutes. But he can do it in the middle of my work. This is work happening for me right now, right? I'm at a summit, I'm hosting it with Marie. So I just have a request that this the to understand the deeper thing. And of course Zoe is here, Maitri said they work spiritually with women, but there is a broken thread, a very strong one, with the modern society is bringing of. I see it when I take pictures of just flinching in the thing of, oh, you know what, I'm not that kind of a mother. My child is not that clingy. All these explanations coming for why what they're doing when their child is really needing them in public or in workspace. Always giving explanation rather than saying, I'm a mother, I'm a child. Frances just said it. Jaden came in and she's like, I'm a mother. She smiled and she's like, I'm a mother. Well, fine, you come and sit next to me and maybe you'll shut. My children have shut the thing. So just a request. I know I'm getting carried away, but I'm really strongly feeling when I started, and I just want to end this with a little story. What led me to getting the mother story, because it was one voice that was coming to my head was this very like the mountains, and there was a river flowing, and it was a voice coming from there that bring people back here. And I kept on thinking, what is this, like what is this calling me to this thing? And then I realized over a period of working through that project was that was the source telling me, just bring the people back to see me, that this is where the source is, and then everything will be done. You don't have to do anything else. So as my work through these stories and working mothers, I'm just telling them to pay attention, turn around, go to that river of source, and everything will be fine. And fortunately we are also such a strong part of a source as women. Let's not forget that. We can't go back and say this is how source works. We don't have the ability. We are too small in front of the source. But we can pay attention and go back and encourage the world to go back to the source. And that's a reminder of what I'm just saying. So I'll get back to him because it's very early in the morning. And thank you so much for everything.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Shika. Big mission. And Zoe's next session that we'll be seeing speaks into this. And there's been some beautiful chats in the speaker thread about mothers being the root and this visibility that we're bringing now. So, folks, if you're listening in, share this far and wide. Share it with your network. Share it with other women, with your husbands, with your sons, your daughters. And it's part of the change. It's part of the ripple effect. And even us being here today, is tapping into that big broken thread you talked about, but where this is how we get to heal and weave and do it over time. And I think Zoe said, when you support the mother, you support the whole system. And it's the system, like that mitochondrial network, like the root of the tree that you were talking about, that these roots get to then nourish the fertility. And this is the divine feminine, the fertility of the land, the fertility of the people of the earth. And we'll end on that beautiful note. And before we do go, just quickly share one link that people can connect with you. So we'll start with Kiara. How can people come and find you, Kiara?
They can go on my website. It's Chiara, like my name. There's a B in between, like Bravo, Chiara B. Townley, like my name. And sign up for like a Wisdom Nugget series that I just started about motherhood and spirituality.
Beautiful. Lisa, how can ladies or people connect with you?
I mean, I can be found on most social media, but the best way probably to reach me would be through email, and that is nerdyadventures21@gmail.com. And yeah, I would love to see some more people and join in on this nerdy adventure that I'm on.
Love it, beautiful. And Maitri, how can people connect with you?
Either on the Instagram or the Facebook, Maitri Relaxation Music. Maitri, the same as what it's this way. Maitri Relaxation Music. And then if you let me know through the DM, I saw you in the Mom Summit, then I'll give you the free sound healing recording. So yeah.
Beautiful. And Zoe, how can people connect with you? Oh, maybe not. Zoe? Oh, I might have lost her. Oh, Zoe, how can people connect with you?
Yep, sorry. Yes, through Facebook and Instagram, Zoe Gaia or Zoe Soul Arts. Also, website Soul Arts, SOUL-arts, ARTS.com. And I also have a free womb activation meditation for you there too. Thank
Beautiful.
you.
Amazing. And Frances, how can people connect with you?
The website is Rudd Family and Life Coaching, and on Instagram and Facebook, it's Coaching with Frances.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, beautiful ladies, honoring your time. And I hope, folks, that you have enjoyed this. Send us some love hearts. Send us some key takeaways if you've agreed, either on the Facebook or on YouTube. And please share. We look forward to joining you shortly back with Zoe and finishing up this beautiful, beautiful summit. After that, thank you, everybody. We'll chat with you soon. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
This beautiful Flea, I think, just trying to type some things.
Yeah, I think Flea also said bye, and even her video is on. She said bye. We are on.
Okay, we're still live. I think. The more. Hello, beautiful people. My name is Marie Ferguson from Awæcnian Academy, and the beautiful Felicia and I are so excited to be here with the amazing Bronwyn Bergen from Stars Kids Life Coaches, because what we're excited to share with you is our amazing summit that we're planning in November, Global Youth Uniting, a youth empowerment summit. And in this sense of uniting, coming together, we're so excited to bring the voices of our young people, parents, coaches, and the adults that are ready to listen to the voices of our future. Flea, what are you excited about this particular summit?
For me, it has always been a lifelong desire to be in a position to be able to provide a sense of belonging for those in the youth field. As an educator, I just really love empowering the youth to have their voice. They are the next generation that are here to lead us into the future. And when we can empower them and give them a presence, then that voice gets to be heard. So I'm excited to actually hear what the next generation are really aiming for our future.
I love that. And in doing that, we also have some amazing coaches, parents, facilitators that are here to listen, to share their wisdom as well for our young people and for parents, because opening that dialogue of conversation, of community is something that I know Bronwyn is also super passionate about. And we have some of her amazing coaches coming to join us. And Bronwyn, what are you looking forward to with this particular summit?
Very much like the both of you, and like Flea just mentioned, it's bringing together youth from around the world where we can talk about topics that make them feel empowered and be active listeners. And also, by actively listening to them, providing skills and strategies. And one thing that my coaches are going to really provide, and which we work with kids daily on, is confidence building, empowering them by teaching strategies on coping and resiliency, positive mindset, growth mindset, getting rid of any negative thoughts and replacing them with those positive thoughts. There are so many strategies that my coaches are just so excited to share. And that way, these kids are going to leave this summit with a toolbox of skills that they can just feel empowered. And so that they can carry on this, voices that we just described, and, just feel the most confident that they possibly can be.
So powerful. And we all have a background in education. I know I've been teaching for 17 years, primarily in high school, but I also have been working with primary school and in America would be elementary, and those young people, and just seeing the disconnect that I, see in sometimes different institutions and systems, and perhaps things that are happening at home that are impacting their learning, their growth, their confidence, as you said, Bronwyn. And I feel having a space and a platform that we're providing here allows perhaps just other ways of bringing in new ways of learning, of being, for our parents, for our young people to open and feel confident to even talk to their parents and their families about things that are on their hearts as well. And that's something that we're really passionate about, and we're so looking forward to sharing the program with you. Now, parents, if you're listening in, or young people, if you're tapping into this as well, we have some amazing opportunities for our tweens and teens that would like to come and join the conversation. So if you've got a voice, if you've got a passion, something that you want to share, and have actual amazing adults hear you in that and share these perspectives and talk about your concerns and your passions and your dreams, then we'd love for you to come and join us. Flea, in working with our teens and young people, what are some things that we're going to help them with if they're choosing to come and be a part of this experience?
Yeah, speaking hasn't always been something that's come naturally to me. I was the child that had my assessment paper up in front of my face, reading it as it shook uncontrollably, trying to get my words to stay in a verbal linguistic
audible manner, as it took and completely terrorized me from the inside out. So speaking is something that is gifted through this property, being able to be held in a space where you feel safe enough to speak about what you're passionate about, but also the ability to have some of those skills, like how do we get past the nerves? How do we talk about something we're passionate and make sure that people understand? So a lot of these creative skills and talking skills, both Marie and I will be guiding through a 3-week mentorship program where you actually get to unpack who it is that you are, and that little mini professional speaking course, we'll call it a course, program, support, whatever it is, just guiding you through different ways that we can help you to become a more confident speaker. And this is not just about learning, but presenting that message and getting that out there to the world. And as Bronwyn said, this is global. So from around the world, if you've got a message, if you live in a community that, you know, has beautiful ideas or ways in which we can learn and teach and grow as a community together whole, because it's not just about being an adult or a kid, it's about how we join and grow together as a human race, as humanity. So this is really beautiful to be able to offer that and also build those speaking skills, because we are a global community and we are building and networking in such ways that opportunities are available right now.
Amazing. And look, if you are from Australia, from the US, and also we've got some amazing young entrepreneurs from Africa joining us, this is a great way to connect with young people, young entrepreneurs from around the world who have a vision, have a mission, and a beautiful way to connect. So save the date, everybody. In Australia, it is the 16th to the 18th of November. And in the States, obviously, we are time jumped ahead in Australia. What are the dates, Bronwyn, for you guys over in the States?
It's November, Friday the 15th through the weekend, and ending on November 17th on Sunday.
Amazing. And folks in the US, it'll be after school. Obviously, we value education, so it'll be starting in the afternoon. And for us here in Australia, a beautiful early start, but not too early in the morning at 9 a.m. here in Australian Eastern Standard Time. So come and get involved, join the conversation. Let's create dialogue, let's create change. And we hope to see you at our Global Youth Uniting Summit. See you soon. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Oh, what a fabulous morning and our final day for this beautiful summit. Thank you to all of the beautiful women, and the messages that you shared before. Sitting back and just taking it in has been something of an experience to really hone in on some of these skills and strategies and different ways that we can use them. And our next presenter was one of those speakers, the beautiful Zoe Gaia. She has led many retreats, groups, festivals, and women's circles for over 3 decades. And as a trained therapist, ceremonialist, and transpersonal facilitator, she is the founder of Soul Arts International, the feminine embodiment certification and temple arts. Zoe's work fosters depth, authenticity, a sacred power for men and women, and held in this beautiful workspace, which we got to see before and again next. Please enjoy this workshop, and thank you, Zoe, for this beautiful share.
Hello, I am Zoe Gaia from Soul Arts International, and it is an absolute joy to speak with you about the embodied woman. Let's just take a moment to really embody that, to really feel the embodied woman. In so much of our lives as women, we are moving quickly through life from to-do list to to-do list. And it is something that's very dear and sacred to my heart, that as women, we learn to slow this pace down and allow our nervous systems to really catch up with us. And we are not going to feel the full juiciness and pleasure of life unless we do this. Because while we move through a very fast pace, a very fast philosophy, velocity, and time is moving really fast right now. We are in the quickening. And I believe as women, our greatest magic is when we drop into that warm feminine nectar. And that occurs not through leaning forward, pushing forward, achieving, doing. We can absolutely make all these things happen in our world. We can, be great mums. We can run our kids around town. We can keep our home wonderful. We can cook incredible meals. We can be amazing entrepreneurial women. We can be great friends, great daughters. We can do all the things. I know I do. This is very central to my life. However, it is, I feel, one of the most beautiful gifts that we can give ourselves if we can do that in a state of fullness and presence. And that doesn't happen by exhausting ourselves. That doesn't happen by pushing to be in a masculine paradigm. I'm not talking about men and women. I'm talking about coming into our divine masculine, into our sacred feminine, and finding that place of balance so we can actually dwell in a space of wholeness and fullness in our being and not in emptiness. So it is absolutely my greatest gift that I offer women. And I'm by no means don't understand the busyness of daily life. I have a retreat venue that we've created on my land here. I know what it's like to run a busy business. I know what it's like to be building communities constantly and have lots of women come through. However, I would like to invite you, woman, how can you be more of the empress in your life? How can you lean back into life and allow some of these things to be flow in their own natural divine timing, and also to really feel like the journey is as pleasurable as any destination that you are trying to gain in your life. And as the embodied woman, the thing that we need to attune to is what is stopping us from being embodied. One is that we are in the quickening. There's a huge amount of expectations and requirements in this physical world and in this spiritual world. We are being asked more than ever to up level and to keep up with these times, because we are in an incredible portal of transformation on the planet. And we have this really important time to make the changes that we need in our personal lives, but also to be part of the great offering that's happening, the great transformation that's happening on the planet. And who do we serve? Who are our people? Who are our community? Who are the ones that we can share offerings with? And who are the ones who inspire us and fill us to keep moving along this path? And so one of the things that really prevents us from dropping into that really juicy juju, that sensual woman, that Shakti woman, is if we've got too many to-do lists, tick, 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 and we're functioning in a very, using a lot of our masculine energy. I know as women, we've got to do a certain amount of things in our day, and we've got to draw on that masculine within us. However, how much are we watering our roots? How much are we really connecting to our divine feminine, to our juicy, watery self that may need spaciousness to unwind, that may need time to create and move and feel? When we do that, we are the life givers of all of the planet. We are Gaia's daughters. We are the juicy, watery element in humanity. It is our nectars that water humanity. The nectars of our milk, the amrita, of our sensuality, the blood of our letting go back to the earth and the nutrients of the earth. We are women of water, the sacred waters. And when we are in balance, then Pachamama and Gaia and the earth codes are also in balance. And right now, what we're seeing is a lot of the burning up on the planet, and that realignment is required to really start to come back into that feminine balance. inevitably we're working towards a divine union. So we are working with our Shakti, we are creating from that space of fullness and magnetism, that when we find that Empress within, we magnetize the things that, the help and the support that we need in our life, and we can achieve an enormous amount. For me, another aspect of the embodied woman, a reason that prevents us from dropping into that embodied self, is if this here, our soma or our body sphere, is not a safe space to be. And this is not uncommon for women. You know, this is not uncommon that somehow along our line we've been disconnected from our body. Men experience it too, 100%. And the woman's body is perhaps something that throughout time has been a little vulnerable in our modern society. The woman's body is something that has been sort of taken from in various ways, you know, because she is like the flower, she is like the nectar. And bees want to come and take from her nectar to nourish themselves. And so as a woman, it is our sacred role to foster that and to cultivate that so that we are filled with our own nectar and not depleted. And so that all of life can move through us in ways that renew and recharge us, and fundamentally, and that then flows to all of our people, all of our tribes, our family, our lovers, our friendships, the planet, all the care and the nurturance that women love to give. And so we need to make this sacred vessel, this space, a space of safety, a space where we actually want to be. We want to be in our bodies. It feels good to be in our bodies. It feels good to be in our pelvis and our hips. It feels connecting to be in our heart space and safe, when we don't have to protect that. We can actually allow others into that safety and magic that is us. So as woman, there's many ways home to the body. I find the fundamentals are breath, movement, particularly movements that really create spirals in the body, so that we're breaking those patterns of linear thinking. We're breaking those patterns of really pushing our energy, and we learn to come into that sort of receptivity and that undulation of how we move from high energy to low energy, and trust that flow of how we generate and how we create in the world. So first of all, to come into the pelvis and into that real Shakti power, which are the codes of the new earth. These are the magic that moves through us, through the portal of our womb, is so sacred and so expansive and so regenerative, that we have these abilities to have a huge influence and a huge flow of connection to all of life, through the birth portal right the way through life to the death portal. And to really activate and connect into that wellspring of the womb, the hara, then we need to find that space of safety in the body. And that's not always easy. Sometimes there's a lot of healing to be done. Sometimes there's been a lot of repressed emotions that haven't been processed or integrated in our lives. Sometimes this is an area of our body that has been violated, and we need to go on a journey of healing and reclaiming this space and forming boundaries. And I like to think of boundaries not as a platform that keeps others out, but more as how can I absolutely fill the residency of my body and then exude from that space, And that creates a beautiful boundary of sovereignty, as opposed to trying to wall oneself off from things coming in. No, we fully take residence in our body, and then we have the ability to filter and decide what we want to participate with in life. So I want to speak to women and the codes that we've been gifted for the new earth. Women traditionally throughout time have always been incredible leaders. They don't lead in the same way that men lead. We do not govern in a very masculine model, in a patriarchal model. We are the seers. We are the oracles. We have the ability to tend to what needs nurturing and to move and vision with our blood and our cycles as to what is required through deep listening. And what we are being asked to do as women now is to be part of laying down the foundations of codes of light through the planet, activating and remembering these codes, bringing them into being the bridges of consciousness that bring those codes through and circulate through the Gaia codes. And so in my feminine embodiment work, these are the waters that we nurture. These are the fires that we tend within us. We are using our breath to purify and cleanse and open and release the oldness that no longer is required for our future movings. We have the bones of the ancestors behind us. We have all of our lineage that walks with us, their gifts and their challenges. And then we also have the wisdom keepers that are calling us into action, that are calling us into our higher self, our higher timeline. And I believe as women, if we really deeply listen to that within our families, within our bodies, within our connections of love with others, when we really listen to that, we know how to draw in that sacred essence of us and cultivate that and water that. You know, so for some, I'm really big on the expressive arts, the healing arts. I believe these are things that really cultivate and nurture woman. And, you know, I'm a busy mum. I'm an entrepreneur and a property owner and tender. There's many things that require my nurturance, but fundamentally, I find ways to choose me as a number one priority, as the main essence of my life that then waters all the creations around me. And how do I most fill my cup? I most fill my cup by connecting to the light frequencies within myself, within source, within the Gaia codes. That is how I refresh myself. And along the way, I must do the work to tend to any of the unconscious realms and the lower worlds and the shadow spaces within me that don't want to meet the light or don't know how to meet the light, feel unworthy of the light. And so there's this constant dance with the light and the dark within myself, and the beauty of the dark and the compost and the fertility of the dark, and how that actually grows this incredible tree within me. And the tree, you know, this wisdom of the elders, this wisdom of the grandmother roots, the more I'm willing to go and nestle down into, you know, my lineage, the healing required, any of those dark spaces within me that need to be really met and felt and expressed, the more I'm able to do that, then the more I'm able to also catch the light and the frequencies that are coming to the planet right now. We have been gifted with so many beautiful codes that are getting activated. And this is activating our template for a whole cycle ahead, a new earth cycle. And as women, this is something that for those who are feeling the call, we must prioritize. And not as another to-do list, not as another job, but as the main reason that we walk in the world. And none of the rest is going to happen in the way that we would desire it to happen if we don't allow this tree to be watered. And this tree will create shade and nurturance for future generations to come again and again. So, as an embodied woman, how do we get in contact with those roots? How do we open ourselves to that tree of wisdom that wants to flower within us and be connected to in all the light codes? So, well, first of all, we find ways to ground ourselves into the healing that's required that has stunted that growth of the roots, that has blocked the roots from really gaining a foundation that is going to nurture and serve us throughout our lifetime, through all the phases of woman, through the maiden, through the mother phase, through the Maga phase of really coming into the Empress, and then into the crone and the elder. And we need to carve these aspects of self by the importance we give it. We are creating a new culture. I know that traditionally, because I work with women all around the world, I know that these rites of passages have not been honoured. I know that we had forgotten how to give importance to each of these phases of woman. It is my the thing that I hold most tender to my heart is to create these passages for women. And this is what we do in our international retreats all around the world. We find ways to connect to the earth medicine, to the Shakti power, to the womb wisdom, to heal, to nourish, to tend, to build sisterhood and community, and to really lay those templates of light so that we can move forward and help to water all of humanity and the planet, which is so required right now. And so we use breath work, we use the expressive healing arts to really feel and move through our bodies in ways that maybe we haven't previously. We connect in with our wombs, we do the healing work that's required in the womb space and the healing work that's required in the heart so that the third eye can open. And when the third eye can see and vision the future of where we're moving towards as humanity, as a wave of newness in amongst this crumbling of old structures that's happening on the planet right now. And yeah, so we take that time to awaken, heal the womb, awaken the heart, activate and open the third eye. And that brings all of the feminine into flow, working with the different areas of shadow within the psyche and within our lineages. And it's very beautiful work. I sometimes get asked by women, who are avoiding wanting to go to these spaces within you, and my what I get asked is it worth it? Is it worth facing these things that we've buried for a really long time? Well, I could absolutely say it is. It absolutely is, because we are here for this. Somewhere along our soul contract, we signed up for this work. We said, yes, I'm going to be part of this movement, and my soul is absolutely enlisted in this. And this sovereign choice is about finding the ways that create safety so that these changes and this healing that we show up for, whether it's showing up for the sisterhood wounds, whether it's showing up for our own sexual healing, whether it's showing up for our practices that rejuvenate us, these are the things that bring us home. And when we come home to ourself, then there is no greater joy, there's no greater beauty, and that connection to the great goddess that we are here to be channels for really starts to come into its own majesty, its own power, its own beauty and magic. And that's when we start to see how life starts to, like rolling down a hill, like it starts to collect experiences in life that remind us of our worth, that remind us of what we're here on the planet to do, that remind us that we are all interconnected and that we're not separate and that we're not so different from each other. and that all of us need to come along on the ride. For those who choose, it is a sovereign choice. And so, woman, I invite you, if this is calling your heart, if you've always wanted to find safe spaces in community where you can heal through ceremony, through song, through movement, through art, through the therapeutic arts and the expressive arts, then it is so important to find that time in your world to meet and to join wherever you find that in your community. I create a space where women all around the world can find that wellspring to gather, no matter what your time zones are and where you are, that regular pulse of connection. And then we create space, we carve space in our busy lives to really drop into retreat space. And that is the pulling back of those responsibilities, those worldly responsibilities, so that we can really cultivate that Shakti fire, so that we can really water the nectars of our soul, and we can do the work that we're here to do. So women who are feeling like they're being drawn to hold women's spaces and circles, or maybe you're already a facilitator and you want more tools in your toolkit, art therapy, how to work with movement and breath and sound therapeutically, how to bring in all of these sort of transpersonal arts beyond the self, arts that extend beyond the self into one's higher dharmic connection. If these things are interesting you and calling you, this is what I teach women. This is what I invite women into, giving them experiences with the transmission of the work that I do, and also the team of women that have come together who are experienced facilitators, who have this wisdom and this holding in humble ways of being the light bringers in their cultures, in their worlds, in their workspaces, in their homes. So this is bridging the realities of all the dimensions into being, so that we can live as women, as embodied women who are actually unafraid to face the feelings and the emotions moving through us, who are willing to step into our highest timelines and no longer be distracted by all these things that pull our attention here and there, prioritizing these sacred priorities of what we came here to do. So, woman, I invite you, please reach out if we haven't yet connected. And I would absolutely love to have you here in person on my beautiful geodesic dome retreat space, or here in the yurt. We do all sorts of medicine songs here. We do ceremonies with the plants. We do meditations. We do breath work. We do expressive arts and healing, sound work. We do all sorts of magical things in this space, and I invite you to come and participate here in Australia on the Sunshine Coast of the Noosa hinterland if you are local, and if you're not, then we have spaces all around the world that we gather. Bali this year, Peru next year, we're going to Nepal and Kauai. Beautiful portals around the world that we have the ability to really activate and contribute to, not just go and receive and take from, but be part of that regenerative cycle of really linking us with the Gaia codes and the feminine. So, beautiful woman, I will close this space now, and my deepest heart and gratitude to you all. Thank you. You'll find me at soul-arts.com.
It's a beautiful song, and Lee, as a proud mother, this gorgeous voice that's playing behind us, that's your daughter singing.
Let's just play. Yeah.
In a circle of sisters under the moon's embrace, we gather as one in this sacred space. World goddesses united, hearts open wide, we share our dreams and let them collide.
Beautiful song. Sharing our dreams, letting them collide is what this beautiful summit was on. So beautiful.
Wild goddess, I can see. Wild goddess, set me free. Wild goddess, of love so pure in this sisterhood, we are secure.
And on that note, I'll get beautiful keep that playing in the background. But those lyrics, coming together, we are secure. You know, when we come together and gather as sisters, gather as women, gather as mothers, I think that beautiful song, I'm just feeling the essence of that and allowing that to just exude through us, just captures a lot of what we've experienced in this beautiful summit. And Flea, I love hearing that song. It's in my playlist. We were just talking about, we need some music. And I'm like, I've got it. Boom, here we go. And like, just to hear your daughter's voice, hear her essence. We'll be talking a lot about essence, motherhood, and just also that beautiful natural pride and love that even just hearing her essence in that is just, I love it too. It's so powerful. And what has been your biggest, I suppose, key takeaway or insight or aha moment or a combination of things that you have received over this summit?
Oh, I put it away. I actually did a little card spread in the break, and it was memories of love. And that's what this has done. It's brought back all of those beautiful moments, and like sharing that song and my daughter and how close we are and how beautiful it is to be able to go, this is what I'm doing. Can you be part of this with me? And it's so lovely to be able to share the growth and the journey, and to have that with so many different women and so many different mothers and their children that are listening or get to hear this one day. Like, how proud you must be to have someone to look up to that can guide you on this journey into who you really want to be, to know that you're loved.
Yeah. And I know, Shika, you were saying there's like when people say you love too much, and like, no, there's never enough. There's never enough love that we can give our children, give ourselves, and this whole Flea, feel your heart and feel the beauty. I'm sharing the link now to the beautiful threads, and those that if you get to listen to it, this beautiful song Flea actually wrote. She wrote it, she composed, and her daughter composed it and put it together. And
I'm going to say it is a little bit of AI help there, because it is a way to start. And it was my idea, my soul, my essence that I put into it. I really wanted to share this, and I made the adaptions, and she then put her adaptions in there as well. So it is a useful tool, and it is something that can bring things together. So
yeah.
I'm putting it out there. It's open. Yes, I did, but there is AI help in there.
Oh, I love it. I love it, and the open honesty, and it is in the links in the thread. So ladies, if you want to listen to that, want to support this beautiful, beautiful expression, you know, it'll just touch your hearts, and it resonates so beautifully with coming together here in this space. And Shika, when you came to us, you know, we were just saying backstage, like, you know, she's like, I've been in 3 of your summits now. I'm like, yes. And even before that, I think earlier in the week, I shared one of our first interviews together from a year ago, and this
Yeah.
weaving of coming together. And I remember one of the things that you commented on a photo of Philly and I when we were in the water and holding hands, and you were just like, I just really admire that sisterhood, that connection, and that has also led to these threads of coming together as women and also linking the power of motherhood and our stories in this phase and this beingness of what it is to be woman. And so, what has been your biggest, I suppose, takeaways from this summit and pride? Because it is, bringing together.
Every bit of it. And I think I remember, the importance of sharing what you think is very important, because I got to know you with, I don't know how you showed up on my profile. I don't know how you showed up when you launched your book. No idea. Somewhere in Australia, maybe because I was talking about mothers, and your book was to do with mothers. I think at that time when you launched it, and then of course we just keep criticizing the algorithms, how they use our words and how they just manipulate us. But yeah, those manipulations have led to this, because I was talking about the mother summits and mother stories, and then you were talking about the mother book, and then algorithm thought that, okay, mom, they need to meet and see where we've come. So I think before we jump into just making it all black and white, I always feel social media has connected me to so many people. Like, I'm coming to Australia and I know I have somebody there, and if I go to Mexico, I know Lucy's there, and then I know somebody, over a bit of time, I know anywhere I go there is somebody I can meet and talk and understand their culture and love it. So this is a very important thing that you all are also doing, as when you're bringing in summits and speakers. And I cannot keep saying it lesser, that just connecting and talking to women of all kinds, and then not and coming into a place where you encourage nurturing, you encourage contribution, you encourage meeting each other and speaking to each other and networking and understanding. That's a rare that happens. So first of all, thank you for being that, and just saying yes to the Mum Summit and then fully participating no matter what was happening in your life. You guys participated fully, brought in women, gave them space to speak up. The kind of stuff we've spoken to, we don't have any idea. It'll come to us slowly, slowly when this goes off, because this is a topic that not very easy. Like, even today I remember stories and I'm not done with it. So these 3 days that we have consumed will come up in so many ways in our future, as lessons, as reminders, as something that we can share with somebody else. So all the women, thank you so much for coming. Some of them were at odd times, some of them were I mean, struggling at 4:30 in the morning like me, waking up at 5. But at the same time, it was so worth it. It was so worth it. So the biggest takeaway is all the love that we've shared, all the permissions that have been granted, all the focus that has been come to a topic that I was just talking about, that just the division that we've created between a mother and child, that her essence as a mother has been taken away in respect to justifications on, it's a modern time, I need to earn money, I need my, even, I might get a little off criticized by saying this, but even in the name of space, because the modern world is so overwhelming, we want the word space. So when we come from the modern world, then we need the space for ourselves, and then from that space, we again take the space away from children. So if we can create a society that doesn't make us so overwhelmed when we're, because we're already overwhelmed when we're having a child is dependent on us, or more children, of whatever kind of mother we are, give us like a space somewhere so that we don't get overwhelmed, and then with that overwhelm get even more away when we come back from our children and become present back. And that could be just allowing the children to merge in the world of busyness with us. That itself can be very therapeutic for a mother to say, all right, I'm not pushing, there's no guilt, I don't need to take space, I don't need to take time out, I can be fully available because I'm not overwhelmed. Um, so I feel there's so many things, but just allowing the children to come back with us when they're dependent and not judge that. and not judge her for whatever method she's doing it with, will heal so many things that we have no idea. So just that as a message, I think I would like to leave it with. Just allow them to come back. Just don't separate them. They're not separate. Once the mother child is together, they can do many things. And how do corporate bring that space? How does school bring that space? Even in schools, I feel that mother and child are again separated. Your parents, you don't know how school is operating. They put the barrier, put the door, shut the gate, and I struggle with it as a mother myself. Like, I don't like the pulling and shulling and shutting, and there has to be some merging lines when the child is not ready. As in the corporate world, in other places, in the schools, there's no merging line. It's just shut the gate and the mother sits out, and I see mothers crying initially when the initial separation happens, but that affects children and the mother both. And I always tell the school, yes, you know that the child needs to be weaned off, but don't underestimate what the mother needs to wean her off the child. She needs the equal amount of support and space when that separation happens. So, yeah, that's where my heart is. But all the mothers here have spoken up, stood up, and said, yes, it's possible to create a better world by doing this together. So, thank you so much for creating this space. It's beautiful.
Yeah, so beautiful. So beautiful to receive those insights. And I know that what we do as women, we hold space for each other and we hold space for our children and our partners and our communities. And that's just part of the magnificence of who we are and who we've been. It was interesting, like these threads of judgment and even thinking about something my husband says, like, I don't need you to hold space for me. Yes. And something that just is there in the framework of the divine feminine that is innate in the wisdom that we've shared. And so these conversations, these openness in understanding story and the many facets gets to just enrich us all. So beautiful people, if you've been listening in live or on the replays, would love to know your key takeaways, would love to know what resonated with you, and if you would like more of this. I know Chick is coming to Australia at the end of the year in January, and already I'm like, oh, when you're here, we're going to plan something, and we're going to give you a big hug and spend some quality time. But I figure while we're here, I know beautiful Flea and I are like, oh, we can't wait to give you a hug in person
Oh,
and
the feeling is mutual. The feeling is totally. I've already seen my book handing over to you of these mothers. All that has already been done. I don't know how, when, what, but yeah, the coming together is not restricted, and that's the best part that we can. It automatically is lining up in a way, and whenever the lining up happens, it needs to be trusted because I have the US visa. I don't have the Australia visa. I was meant to go and meet the mothers in the US. I don't know why am I coming to Australia and how all this is coming, but I'm trusting there's a reason. There are things that need to be done, and only the meeting will tell what will come of it.
so guys,
And
stay
yeah,
tuned, stay tuned. There could be something here if you're in Australia locally.
yeah,
Um, so
something.
there'll be stay tuned for more information, folks. I know throughout the couple of days you've connected with us, and if you want to dive deep into the self-portraiture workshop, Shika, how can women connect with you on that?
At the moment, as I mentioned, that I've made it enough experience. Me and Rosie have joined hands to make it a complete because she wanted that to be the first step for her card deck as a criteria. So we are bringing 100 more women, and I call them the enough citizens. Though formally we've still not called that, but yeah, we call them the enough citizens. The first 100 who will stand up and say, we vouch for complete, whole, just the way we are in our authentic self, and we're ready to tell our story and our message through the card deck, and inspire anybody who wakes up in the morning. They can actually play, like, the card is already live. There are already 20 women in there, and they have their letter, they have their message, they have their voice, and they have in that one portrait the journey they took from hiding to coming up right there and saying, this is me, just the way I want to be, and that's how I want to show up. And just at looking at those portraits, which people think have been taken by some professional photographers, but not, like each woman has expressed herself her way, opening up every morning and getting that wisdom, like the cards, like Flea keeps singing out the cards, even this would be all aligned eventually with energy. So whoever card you need to really hear, whoever's journey you need to hear, right there, click her, what's her message, and that would be something that will inspire you to go in the world to feel complete and give the permission to say, this is it. I'm absolutely okay. There's nothing wrong with me. And so these first 100 enough citizens are coming up soon, and we would be making a big deal about it because once we reach the 100. So the self-portrait workshop, the link is here, the enough card deck. You can reach out to me. You can send me a messenger message. The next workshop is coming up on the 23rd of October, where you can participate, and through that you can get into the deck and be part of these amazing women who are coming up with this message of feeling enough and not feeling small anymore. So yeah, Marie's just put the link. I don't know the link. Whoever, no, that's the Spotify link.
You pop the link in,
Yeah.
but I've put down the 23rd of October. But if you want to
Yes.
pop your link, if folks you want to come and join that workshop, both Flea and I were part of it. And Flea, while I'm bringing up our winner, because we've got
Yeah.
a prize to give away, what's something that you loved about being a part of the Enough experience?
I found it both challenging and really like eye-opening. Like for me, it was like I didn't want to take the pictures of myself because my idea was that I can always take a nice picture of myself. Like I've used the different filters and all sorts of things and thought, wow, that's amazing, that's fantastic. But I've never had anybody else capture it for me, so where I've actually liked it. So I thought, oh, this is kind of crazy. It's like it's the same process, but it felt like somebody else was taking the picture because it wasn't just the selfie. It was like, okay, I have to be creative about this. I actually have to see myself in a different way. And through that process, and then going to put words to it was just something even more. It was like, oh, okay, now I've actually, like, what was I feeling in that? And what would be the message I'd want to hear in feeling that moment? And everything that you do, Shika, is about the moment and the noticing. And it's like, well, it really was like that shadowy reflection of self, of just kind of feeling like lost in the fog, lost in the moment, and just really not knowing where I was going to take it. And that's how that creative came out. And it was like, okay, that's what it is. That's what I needed to hear and feel in that moment, that sometimes that's okay too. And just be enough in that, because enough is enough
Yeah.
by definition.
You don't necessarily need to always get, you can play with things and still heal. All can be just play as well. And that's the only thing I like about this method, that I received. I never say I created it. I received it and I just pursued it right ahead, trusting that it'll work, is the play part of it. Like it just, you play with everything there after you've learned what you have, and then you just so I loved your journeys, and it's a journey. Both of you, the 20 days that you did it, and everything just peels off, and another layer, and something comes up, and so it's absolutely beautiful to watch. So imagine 100 of them are there doing this, together.
Yeah,
Um, and yeah.
powerful. And then if you pop your link in Shika for people to connect with you,
Just a little, yeah.
we might share it in the thread. So
If
folks,
you can find it, you can share it on the screen.
it's
I'll share it in the main group where the live is going live, because it's more better to share it there.
yeah, yeah. And so folks, connect with Shika, be a part of it, and oh, yay! The celebrations. And folks, Rosie Batista was one of our beautiful event sponsors. And in that beautiful connection, both Flea and I were part of that project. And so many mums that spoke as well have already been part of it. And we have some beautiful giveaways that you get to have the deckable Oracle deck. with the current mums and women on there. So our first winner is beautiful Candice Hoffman Hussein. And Candice, you've registered to come in and be part of this summit and tune in. We will connect with you. We'd love for you to make comments on the replays, and we'd love to share those details with you. So congratulations. I look forward to sharing that link. And I also have another winner, and one of our beautiful speakers who was just on with us with the panel, but she was sharing and tagging the links as I was sharing and encouraging. And I know so many other mums did so too, but I also would love to gift one of these decks to beautiful Lisa Pomeroy. Congratulations, Lisa. I'm going to share one of those links with you as well, so you can have the deck and get inspired. And folks, once you connect with Shika, you will connect with beautiful Rosie. Yay, celebrations! And check out Rosie on the replay from yesterday. Both Flea and I spoke to her about this process of enough is enough, and then she went through an amazing workshop on like oracle decks. And I know Flea and I love the oracle decks, and this has got a really beautiful essence and authentic, real combination of the essence of the person and their story. And we've loved being a part of it. And we also made our own amazing deck as well, which was very mystical and creative and playing with the dragon and the fairy realms. And we do have those available on our site as well if you would like to have a bit of fun. I'm the dragon queen on there, and I did bring some of the dragon medicine in too. Some of the things we spoke about, particularly in my keynote as well. So check that out, folks, on www.awæcnianacademy.com. We have some amazing offers there. And folks, if you want to catch these replays, like they're not going to be up here for free for long, but if you want to go back and connect with our speakers, many of them have gifted such beautiful freebies and resources that we're sharing, particularly with our VIP guests. And if you come in and join up and also register for VIP, you'll be able to access all of this beautiful content, plus more amazing things that we've gifted and shared with you. And there's so much value there. And you'll be able to connect with these beautiful speakers again if you missed something or you want to go back and go deeper within, because this is something that we feel, we spoke about education in the future, and this way of learning, of being, embodying, and having platforms like this, why aren't we educating more of our communities like this? So this is why Flea and I created what we created. And Shika talks about, I don't know how you were holding space like this for so long and you continue to do it. And it's because we've done a lot of the inner work. I'm going to pass it over to Flea now to talk about our beautiful first pillar of awareness and mastery, because the only way we've been able to anchor in this energy and to connect like we have is because of the inner work and the foundations that we've laid. And we have our beautiful 3-month first pillar mastery ready. So Flea, I'd love for you to share about what people would learn from us when they come into our awareness course.
Yeah, absolutely. So as Marie said, this has been a journey. And when we started the Academy, we really dove deep into intentionality. What was it that we wanted to do? What was the outcome? Where was the positioning that we wanted to see ourselves? And like, what's the joy for us in what we're creating? Especially knowing that everything in a business has to be done, but at some point we'd love to be able to hand those reins over to people that like to do that particular role. So it might be this, running online summits, or perhaps, something else. So when we thought about that, it's like, well, education just isn't for kids. It's for everyone. But through our journey and through our development and our learning, we were hit with some curveballs that really brought up the triggers in us. And it was through addressing that, through the sisterhood and the motherhood bond that we have created, that we were able to work through those processes and go, hang on a sec, this is actually useful. This stage is connected in so many ways, far greater than just awareness or just self-development. When we look at the pillars of Awæcnian, they really stand for not just the information of healing. It's the connectedness to earth and the elements and the ancient wisdoms and traditions that have long been forgotten. It's connecting you through the stages and the processes of coming into that full enlightenment of yourself. So awareness is that base level. It's the foundation. It's what we need to unpack the literal crap to start dropping the poop, as Charlene said. And we hear the stories. We've heard the stories from mums. We've heard the stories from spiritualists. We've heard the stories from just professional coaches and educators. Like, no matter which type of summit we have hosted, for whichever purpose, it's the same message. We all want to feel like we belong with intentional purpose that is driven by our heart. So Awæcnian awareness is that very first stage of let's just work it out. Where do I actually want to be? Because sometimes when you shed, you go, I actually don't know. Like when I shared my story, I didn't know where I wanted to go. Everything was dropped and shedded, and I get to choose now. I get to choose what lights me up. And sometimes it is a process of just going, what do I want to do today? Who can I talk to that's going to enlighten me and uplift me? Who can I connect with that's going to spark creativity rather than depression? This is what that foundation is. And it's right at the very base. It is the basis of any type of enlightenment, spirituality, growth, mindset. Pick your label. It doesn't really matter. They all mean the same. It's our expression of life. Base level.
That foundation, what you get in that course, there's beautiful videos we've pre-recorded. We are doing one-on-one group sessions as well with those people that choose to work with us. And we are going to be starting in October. So for the first 6 people, if you come and join us, you will get 40% off. And if you lock it in now and you type in aware, then we're going to connect with you and just either send us an email, type in aware, come and connect with Flea or myself, and we would love to support you on this journey, because these foundations, this awareness cultivates a whole heap of safety in your body, so then you can go out into the world with that deeper foundation of self-love and respect, and also cultivate deeper relationships with your family members, with your partners, with community, with people that are coming into tribe. And this is how we've become so magnetic in what we do, because of these foundations. So we've got it already. We'd love to work with you. So come and send us a DM, and we'll chat with you soon. And other ways you can work with us as we finish up is we have one more summit, amazingly, in about a month from now. Our beautiful Global Youth Uniting Youth Empowerment Summit with our beautiful collaborator affiliate Bronwyn Bergen and Star Kids Coaching. Alrighty, folks, we've got about, I think, 17, 18 beautiful facilitators. We've already started interviewing young people. So mums, if you're listening in and you want to join a panel, we do have a limited amount of panels. We also have opportunities for our youth to join in on a panel, for us to hear their voices, for parents and adults and people to give them the space to share their thoughts and their opinions on topics that light them up, and converse with them as well. So mums, if you have teens or tweens that you think would feel confident or would like the opportunity to speak like this, come and connect with us. We do have an interview process and an onboarding process, and a very short mentorship program to support our young people into presenting themselves online or in person, and having that mastery course with exceptional educators like ourselves and speakers to help them feel confident, to tap into their nerves as well, and help them, share their opinions. And my goodness, I see some young people and I'm like, wow, you're like way better than me. What are you doing that I can tap into? And so connect with us. We have a beautiful, beautiful, affordable program. It's like $40 US with a mentorship to be a part of the summit for our teenagers. And they also will get a beautiful certification, participation certificate. Certification. My words are all blending. Certificate to say that they've been part of a global summit. I know as an employer, to see that on a young person's resume or CV, like, boom, that's a tick there. And how amazing that they're being of service. So it's such a beautiful opportunity to connect. And mums, parents, coaches, if you're out there and you want to jump on a panel, please connect with us. We only have a few spots left, and we'd love, love, love to support you. This is getting streamed by our beautiful sponsors with WWDB TV, who have their amazing platforms that target YouTube, social media platforms, and also Roku with a viewership of 26 to 36K following per month. And Flea and I also have a beautiful show on there that we've just had beautiful episodes once a month with them that we've connected and shared our stories and the odyssey of what we get to bring. So there are so many opportunities. Come and connect with us. There is more, and we hope to see you there. Any other final thoughts in that very exciting share?
Just cheering you guys up for all that you guys are about to do, and absolutely excited to meet you guys in person in December.
Oh, you're on mute.
Of course. It's great when your mind is doing like 15 things at once, but yes, thank you everybody. It has been fabulous. I've just loved everything, getting to know everyone. Just fabulous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm in absolute awe and gratitude, and I can't wait for what's going to come.
Yeah.
Stick around and listen into the amazing, amazing video reels that Flea is about to play, and we look forward to contacting you soon. Thanks, Flea. Extraordinaire.
Yep.
Bye, guys.
Hello, beautiful people. My name is Marie Ferguson from Awæcnian Academy, and the beautiful Felicia and I are so excited to be here with the amazing Bronwyn Bergen from Stars Kids Life Coaches, because what we're excited to share with you is our amazing summit that we're planning in November, Global Youth Uniting, a youth empowerment summit.
For me, it has always been a lifelong desire to be in a position to be able to provide a sense of belonging for those in the youth field. As an educator, I just really love empowering the youth to have their voice. They are the next generation that are here to lead us into the future. And when we can empower them and give them a presence, then that voice gets to be heard. So I'm excited to actually hear what the next generation are really aiming for our future.
I love that. And in doing that, we also have some amazing coaches, parents, facilitators that are here to listen, to share their wisdom as well for our young people and for parents, because opening that dialogue of conversation, of community is something that I know Bronwyn is also super passionate about. And we have some of her amazing coaches coming to join us. And Bronwyn, what are you looking forward to with this particular summit?
Very much like the both of you, and like Flea just mentioned, it's bringing together youth from around the world where we can talk about topics that make them feel empowered and be active listeners. And also, by actively listening to them, providing skills and strategies. And one thing that my coaches are going to really provide, and which we work with kids daily on, is confidence building, empowering them by teaching strategies on coping and resiliency, positive mindset, growth mindset, getting rid of any negative thoughts and replacing them with those positive thoughts. There are so many strategies that my coaches are just so excited to share. And that way, these kids are going to leave this summit with a toolbox of skills that they can just feel empowered. And so that they can carry on this, voices that we just described, and just feel the most confident that they possibly can be.
So powerful. And we all have a background in education. I know I've been teaching for 17 years, primarily in high school, but I also have been working with primary school and in America be elementary and those young people, and just seeing the disconnect that I, see in sometimes different institutions and systems, and perhaps things that are happening at home that are impacting their learning, their growth, their confidence, as you said, Bronwyn. And I feel having a space and a platform that we're providing here allows perhaps just other ways of bringing in new ways of learning, of being, for our parents, for our young people to open and feel confident to even talk to their parents and their families about things that are on their hearts as well. And that's something that we're really passionate about, and we're so looking forward to sharing the program with you. Now, parents, if you're listening in, or young people, if you're tapping into this as well, we have some amazing opportunities for our tweens and teens that would like to come and join the conversation. So if you've got a voice, if you've got a passion, something that you want to share and have actual amazing adults hear you in that and share these perspectives and talk about your concerns and your passions and your dreams, then we'd love for you to come and join us. Flea, in working with our teens and young people, what are some things that we're going to help them with if they're choosing to come and be a part of this experience?
Yeah, speaking hasn't always been something that's come naturally to me. I was the child that had my assessment paper up in front of my face, reading it as it shook uncontrollably, trying to get my words to stay in a verbal, linguistic, audible manner as it shook and completely terrorized me from the inside out. So speaking is something that is gifted through this property, being able to be held in a space where you feel safe enough to speak about what you're passionate about, but also the ability to have some of those skills, like how do we get past the nerves? How do we talk about something we're passionate and make sure that people understand? So a lot of these creative skills and talking skills, both Maria and I will be guiding through a 3-week mentorship program where you actually get to unpack who it is that you are, and that little mini professional speaking course, we'll call it a course, program, support, whatever it is, just guiding you through different ways that we can help you to become a more confident speaker. And this is not just about learning, but presenting that message and getting that out there to the world. And as Bronwood said, this is global. So from around the world, if you've got a message, if you live in a community that, has beautiful ideas or ways in which we can learn and teach and grow as a community together whole, because it's not just about being an adult or a kid, it's about how we join and grow together as a human race, as humanity. So this is really beautiful to be able to offer that and also build those speaking skills, because we are a global community and we are building and networking in such ways that opportunities are available right now.
Amazing. And look, if you are from Australia, from the US, and also we've got some amazing young entrepreneurs from Africa joining us, this is a great way to connect with young people, young entrepreneurs from around the world who have a vision, have a mission, and a beautiful way to connect. So save the date, everybody. In Australia, it is the 16th to the 18th of November. And in the States, obviously, we are time jumped ahead in Australia. What are the dates, Bronwyn, for you guys over in the States?
It's November, Friday the 15th through the weekend, and ending on November 17th on Sunday.
Amazing. And folks in the US, it'll be after school. Obviously, we value education, so it'll be starting in the afternoon. And for us here in Australia, a beautiful early start, but not too early in the morning at 9 a.m. here in Australian Eastern Standard Time. So come and get involved, join the conversation. Let's create dialogue, let's create change. And we hope to see you at our Global Youth Uniting Summit. See you soon. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Shikha Khanna from India. I'm a portrait photographer, and I'm so happy the summit is happening. And here is a little thing that I can contribute. My work around self-portraits with mothers, and a book that is called 100 Self-Portrait, 100 Dreams of Mothers Who Dared to Express is a book that I created where I interviewed 100 inspiring mothers' stories across the world in 100 days in 2022 and brought them to India. 40 of them came to India to just tell their stories. And we celebrated for 3 days and gave each other the support they needed to tell their stories their way, not the way the world wants to hear. And hence I'm here with a little message that in my understanding, the biggest hindrance that comes to a mother is her self-image issue. To be able to resolve that, to be able to find the support, to be able to stand up and be in her authentic self and hence raise children is one of the biggest journeys a mother can take. And I do that through self-portraits because the visual completion that I find when I see myself and my people who I work with in self-portrait just gives a little power to us to show up fully, authentically, just the way we are, whichever stage we are in, and accept ourselves fully. So I think the biggest resolving I've done in order to contribute in my children's life is to resolve my own negative chatter around who I am, how I look, and bring myself out from this place of loss to a place of empowerment for myself. And through that, my children see that I do that for others as well now. And hence, that gives them more power to see a mother coming back, dreaming, creating her dreams, rising, falling, taking the journey. And that gives them a great confidence in order to move forward. So as a mother, the biggest resolving that I've done is to contribute to my children's life by contributing to my self-image issues, my negative chatter, and rising in my own light. Thank you.
The powerful journey that transforms every part of life. To me, it means a love deeper than I ever imagined. Growing stronger each day, finding strength I didn't know I had, facing challenges heads on. Constant growth and learning, adapting as my child changes. Moments of intense joy mixed with times of worry and doubt. Nurturing potential and supporting dreams even when it's hard. Becoming a better person, more patience, more understanding. A lifelong commitment to shaping another person's world. Balancing the desire to protect with the need to let go. Discovering new parts of myself through this unique bond. An adventure that tested me, inspired me, and fills me with purpose. Motherhood isn't always easy, but it's the most rewarding role I ever had. It pushed me to be my best self and showed me the true meaning of unconditional love.
My name is Sakala. My mom is still alive, and I am a mother of 2 girls, 21 and 16. Growing up, I just simply thought that being a mother meant you have to provide. There are no alternatives. But since becoming a mother myself, I have learned that there is immense joy in giving to those you love, which in my case are my daughters. I also have had the privilege of living life again through their eyes and seeing and appreciating what my mother has always done for me, which is the providence part, not only of material things, but of love. Today I am in my mother's home where I'm always welcome, whilst I've got my daughter's hoodie on. So being a mother has opened my eyes to so much more love, so much more giving, and being part of a network of other women who have gone through the same journey has been such a blessing in sharing and caring for each other and supporting each other. This is the role of a mother: caring, sharing, and support in whatever community you come from. Thank you, ladies. See you at the summit.
Beautiful people, my name is Marie Ferguson and I'm one of the co-founders here at Awæcnian Academy. I'm a feminine embodiment leader, a global platform speaker, an international author, and I have a master's in education specializing in the arts. I'm really passionate about sharing our voices, sharing our vision, and particularly as a mum, I've got a beautiful 8-year-old daughter, and sharing the insights that I've learned along the way. And motherhood is no easy feat. It cracks your heart open and it totally shifts you into a place of understanding what unconditional love truly feels like. And this piece around motherhood and identity, I feel, is something that I've really shifted and dived deep into head first in my own motherhood journey. And what does it mean to be a mum? For me, it means selflessness. It also means honouring the mistakes, even in the way that we speak, and even the trials and errors that we just get to embody in figuring it out with either your partner or by yourself or with your family members, and just being in the thick of it. And so being a mum is so much more, but we are not just a mum. And so for me, this motherhood journey has also been one of refinding myself again as Marie, as my own essence and being, and trusting that this cracking open of what it is to be a mum and what it is to be more than that, and to remember who I am, was initiated in motherhood, initiated in this deeper love and learning to love myself again wholly and holy, and just really allowing that piece to be shared with other women, and the power of our stories in this motherhood journey, but really coming back to the essence of who we are.
This is Staji, and I'm here to tell you what I've learned from being a bonus mom. You know, sometimes it wasn't, you know, I became a bonus mom overnight, so it certainly was not an easy situation. We had our ups and downs, we had our struggles, we had some fun times, we had wonderful times, and yet, you know, I stood strong, wanting to be there for my bonus children because their mother was not with us, the biological mother was not with us. But, you know, I have to say that love prevails, because 6 months ago, my bonus daughter came to me and stayed with me, and we had wonderful talks and we reconciled, and I know from now on that everything's going to be fine. I've always had a great relationship with my bonus son. So remember, love prevails. Always love is the strongest.
Amazing to be a part of the summit which Marie introduced me to. Waiting to learn so much from everyone out there. Every story, I'm sure, has something to learn from. Looking forward to meeting every single woman out there who has been so inspiring and doing such amazing work. Thank you once again.
Beautiful people, I am so excited to be part of the beautiful Mum Summit, the Mothers United moment with Shikakana and my beautiful business partner Marie Ferguson. What is it to be a mum? For me, it is more than just an identity. It is an embodiment. It is a caring, nurturing nature that is there in celebration of others. So I cannot wait to be a part of this summit, to be presenting on reclaiming your identity on the second day. Have a fabulous time, people. Enjoy watching this summit. Motherhood is so much more, and this is how we get to see it and view it. I love you all and enjoy. To the mothers who rise with the sun each day, with hearts full of love, come what may. Through sleepless nights and moments so long, you carry the world steady and strong. To the hands that soothe, to the voices that care, to the endless patience only mothers can bear. In the quiet of chaos, you stand so tall, a guiding light, the heart of it all. Through every challenge, you lead with grace, finding joy in every embrace. With wisdom deep and love so wide, you nurture, protect, and stand by our side. This summit's for you, to honour your way, to celebrate your strength every single day. For in your courage, we all find our part, a mother's love, the world's beating heart. So thank you for all that you give and you do, for the beauty of life that flows through you. In every story, in every tear, know that your presence is always cherished here.